Hi everyone. This is What If Fan, back with another new part of What If Luffy Became a Marine. You can find the fanfic name and author in the description below. Please make sure to support the original author. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. Alright, let's get started. Chapter 6, The Cat's Out. Luffy watched from the shoreline as boats were lowered from the anchored battleship across the water. He smiled as he saw Hina leading the first wave of Marines. Hina. Long time no see. Luffy waved enthusiastically at the female Marine captain. She wore a purple suit over a white blouse which were complemented with a pair of dark purple gloves. The first two buttons of her blouse were left unbuttoned, just barely revealing the valley between her cleavage. A marine coat bearing the word justice in kanji draped loosely on her shoulders and a pair of sunglasses rested idly on her head amongst her pinkish blonde hair. Luffy. She grinned, pulling him into a bear hug. It's been too long. Shishishi, indeed it has. How have you been? Luffy chuckled. She chuckled, finally letting go of Luffy. It's been fine, though the higher-ups have been a rather pain in my ass for quite some time. But enough of that. Hina's interested in your journey. How is your crew coming along? Oh, I'm fine. I managed to get a swordsman and a navigator so far, though the navigator hasn't confirmed her membership yet. She claims she still has unfinished business. Such a shame, Hina nodded sagely. It would be nice if Smoker was here too. I remember he didn't like you that much when you first joined up. She began to pop a cigarette into her mouth before noticing Luffy's stare. Ah, Hina, sorry. I forgot you never liked smoking. She put away her cigarette immediately, earning a grin from Luffy. Anyway, down to business, how soon can your men get ready? Luffy peeked at the Marines who were still organizing themselves on the beach. Hina turned and looked at them, gears grinding in her head. I would guess in 15 minutes or so. Luffy shook his head, too slow. I need them in the village in defensive positions and another group to escort the villagers out. They need to be ready by 10. Hina grinned, 10 minutes it shall be then. She crossed her arms and turned to the Marines. Men. I want everyone to be ready in 10. Hop to it. Yes, Hina-sama. Every Marine immediately doubled their speed. Now, Luffy, what is with this Captain Kuro you mentioned? Wasn't he executed 3 years ago? Hina raised an eyebrow. Luffy shook his head, apparently not. I don't know how he did it, but he's here right now with his old crew. He plans to assassinate the mansion's mistress to claim her fortune while his crew attacks the village. Hina nodded. I'll have a team set up a defensive perimeter around the town while another will act as escort. Another smaller team will head to the mansion. Is that agreeable? I'll be heading to the mansion myself, Luffy nodded. I'll be taking down Kuro if you don't mind. By all means, he's yours, Hina chuckled. I'll take care of the pirates attacking the village. We'll rendezvous at the village center once you're done with him. Alright, let's move out then, Luffy grinned. Zoro watched Usopp and Nami directing all the villagers to the center of the village. He sighed as he remembered the events of last night. When Usopp tried to convince them that pirates were attacking the village, all of them had called him a liar and chased him around the village with weapons in hand. Zoro had to step in as a marine and affirm the villagers that what Usopp had said was true before they believed them. The dark sky began to brighten as the villagers gathered awaiting their marine escort. Nami rejoined Zoro leaning against one of the village huts. We got everyone ready to go, Nami sighed. Heh, so you can care about things other than money, Zoro smirked. Nami shrugged. I'm unofficially a marine now, so I guess I'll just follow the captain's orders as long as I'm here. But make no mistake, the treasures are still mine. Nami grinned, wagging a finger at him. Zoro just huffed but said nothing. They didn't have to wait long before a company of Marines showed up and proceeded to escort the villages to the southern beach. Another company led by Hina and Luffy entered the village as soon as the villagers moved out. I want everyone in their positions. Encircle the village and prepare to ambush the pirates when they enter the village. Squad leaders take over your squads. Hina commanded. Yes, Hina-sama. The Marines scurried to obey. Once the scouts report the pirates landing, I'll head straight to the mansion, Luffy commented. Understood, don't worry about this end of things, Luffy. Just go kick that guy's ass. Hina clutched his shoulder reassuringly. Luffy approached Zoro and Nami with a grin plastered on his face. Zoro, Nami, stay here and make sure things go smoothly. Captain Hina over there will be in charge of things here. Usopp, you'll follow me to the mansion as soon as the pirates are spotted on the beach. All right. Aye, Captain. Of course. All three answered confidently. By the time the scouts returned to report on pirates landing on the beach, everything was prepared to receive them. Luffy, go. Hina will handle things here. Understood, thanks again, Hina. Luffy grabbed Usopp and ran towards the mansion. Hina approached Zoro and Nami. You're Luffy's crew, right? How well can you handle yourselves? Well enough, Zoro grinned, clutching his swords. Hina grunted without comment. I need the two of you to be in the shadows. Don't come out unless things don't go according to plan. You two will be our fail-safe. Leave it to us, Nami pounded her chest confidently. Zoro and Nami hid behind one of the village buildings. Zoro had his hand gripping firmly on his sheathed swords and Nami held on to her staff confidently. Every marine had their weapons ready as they awaited their orders. Only Hina remained in the center of the village alone. The Black Cat pirates charged into the village not suspecting a thing, only to be greeted by a lone marine captain standing with her arms crossed, casually puffing on a cigarette that she could not in Luffy's presence. I am Captain Hina of the Marines, members of the Black Cat pirates, lay down your weapons quietly or face the consequences. The pirates began to whisper amongst themselves. This must be the marine the captain was talking about. She's only one person, against us she doesn't stand a chance. She looks pretty though. Why is the village so empty? Last warning, pirates. Hina shouted, tapping her foot impatiently. We need to carry out Captain Kuro's plans, or we'll be slaughtered, a pirate yelled, spurning all the pirates to face the marine captain, weapons flashing wickedly. Hina disappointed, Hina sighed, raising her hand as the signal. Marines burst forth from the shadows of the village, instantly surrounding the confused pirates. Nami and Zoro stood nearby, close enough to join the fight if it happens, but still out of sight. The pirates panicked seeing the number of marines outnumbering them and their rifles pointed directly at them. Lay down your weapons, pirates! Hina yelled again. The panicking pirates began to comply, but one of them took out a small silver whistle from his pocket. The captain told us to use this in case something like this happened. He grinned wickedly at the marines before blowing into it. A piercing screech echoed through the village and everyone had to cover their eyes to protect their eardrums. Enough! Capture these pirates! Hina commanded. Sudden screams penetrated the air as the squad of marines closest to the entrance of the village began to fall. In the middle of the prone marines stood two men dressed like cats. One of them had a really huge belly that his pants barely held thanks to the sash tied to his waist. A blanket-looking cape draped over his shoulders and in his hands were two identical gloves that ended in wicked cat-like claws. The other man was the exact opposite, being incredibly skinny and wore a navy blue shirt with a bow tie. In his hands were also gloves with cat claws. Both of their gloves were soaked in blood. Hina furrowed her brows at this, sensing the new threat. It's the Nyaban brothers. One of the pirates cheered. Go get them, Sham, Butchie. Stupid marines, it's not good to go against Captain Kuro's plans. The skinny Sham snickered. Don't move, marines. Or we'll kill these guys. The blubbery Butchie held on to one of the unconscious marines. Hina cursed under her breath, calling all the marines to drop their rifles and back away. A shadow dashed towards Butchie from behind, slashing towards Butchie. He immediately dropped the marine and leapt back from the slash, spotting his new enemy. Roronoa Zoro! Sham exclaimed. Why are you here? I'm a marine now, and I would prefer if you don't go against my captain's plans, he grinned, swinging his sword in an arc lazily. Oh no! We definitely don't stand a chance against someone like him. We're so screwed. Sham began waving his arms around in a panic. Zoro raised an eyebrow at his outburst, but held on to his sword firmly. Sham! We need to follow the captain's plans. Or else he'll slaughter us. One of the pirates shouted helpfully. Gore! I guess I have no choice. Here I come. Sham rushed at Zoro while swinging his arms wildly with his eyes closed. Is this guy for real? Zoro stared at the charging Sham in disbelief. He prepared to receive the charge when Sham suddenly sidestepped to his right and lashed out towards him, Zoro barely deflecting the blow in time. Before he could recover, Sham had slashed his other hand from his left and Zoro was forced to be on the defensive, catching Sham's claws with his blade. Lowering your guard could be fatal, Roronoa Zoro, Sham smirked, leaping back from him. Zoro! Your swords! Nami gasped. Zoro glared hard at Sham, who had taken both his swords and held it loosely with his left hand. Give me back my swords, Zoro demanded, his eyes ice-cold. Sure, Sham smirked, tossing the swords in the other direction of Zoro. Zoro furrowed his brows. You'll pay for that. Make me, Sham charged at Zoro again, slashing at him with his claws. With only a single sword, Zoro fended off a fury of strikes by Sham, constantly being pushed back. Sham struck out with his right hand, aiming for Zoro's face, only to be deflected by his blade. His left hand immediately swiped as well, but Zoro managed to step back from it. When Zoro tried to lunge towards Sham, he would leap backwards from the lunge and move in to swipe at him again. Damn it! This is going nowhere. I need my other swords. Zoro frowned. He couldn't go on the offensive with only one sword against Sham's claws. Nami rushed towards the two swords on the ground, aiming to return them back to Zoro. Butchie appeared behind her, claws outstretched menacingly. It wouldn't do if you forgot there's two of us, girly. Butchie brought his hand down, slashing in an arc. Nami managed to roll away in time and made a grab for Zoro's swords. Zoro! Catch! Nami yelled, tossing the swords at him. Zoro grinned, catching his swords in midair and unsheathing them with grace. Thanks, Nami. He popped his last sword into his mouth, facing Sham again. TCH, I'll still finish you off, you damn girl. Butchie slashed at Nami in an X shape. Don't forget about Hina, you lousy pirate. Hina stepped in front of Nami, kicking at his wrist. Butchie's hands passed through her legs only to find themselves bound together with an iron manacle. What? What did you do? Butchie demanded, struggling against the manacles to no avail. I ate the ori fruit. Anything that passes through my body will be locked up. She grinned. It's perfect for capturing criminals like you. Damn you. Butchie jumped into the air with his leg poised to strike her. Cat stomp. Hina leaped back to avoid the drop that cracked the ground. She dashed forward towards Butchie, who held his bound hands in front of him, claws outstretched to impale her. She slid on the ground as she neared him and slid in between his legs, ending up behind him. Pushing herself up with her hands, she kicked towards Butchie's legs, passing through them and trapping his legs in iron manacles. As Butchie fell backwards from the kick, Hina rolled backwards and kicked her leg upwards, passing her leg through his body and arms before he finally landed on the ground, unable to move from his bindings. Hina stepped on him as she puffed her cigarette. Hina victory. You're just small-time pirates compared to the ones I usually have to deal with. Don't get so full of yourselves. Butchie! Damn you Marines! Sham cried out, watching Butchie struggle in vain against his bindings. You shouldn't turn your back to an opponent, you damn pirate, Zoro grinned, raising his two swords in his hands to cross with the one in his mouth. Oni Giri. Zoro slashed his three swords simultaneously. Blood spurted from the cut wounds on Sham as he collapsed, bleeding. Arg! Damn you Marines! Sham cried, clutching at his arm where a cut had landed. No way! The Nyanba brothers are defeated. The pirates gasped. I'm not saying it again, you filthy pirates. Lay down your weapons. Hina yelled. The group of Black Cat pirates glanced at one another before dropping their weapons, surrendering to the Marines. The Marines immediately moved in to capture them, tying them up with the ropes they prepared. Not bad, so both of you are Marines now? Hina asked, crossing her arms in front of Zoro and Nami. Or at least, I am. Headquarters hasn't issued my rank yet. Zoro grinned, then jerked his thumb at Nami. She's only here for the ride. Nami stuck her tongue out at him, but said nothing. So I heard, Hina nodded. Luffy has a good eye, you'd do well to stay by him. He can be a handful at times, but that's part of the fun. What's your relationship with him? Nami raised an eyebrow. We're just friends. He was put under my care for some time during his training. Hina puffed on her cigarette, still stepping on Butchie. I see, but the two of you seemed like you knew each other for quite some time? Nami asked, tilting her head. He has that way with people, Hina grinned. Trust me, you should have seen the things he did back then, you just can't help but like that boy. Nami and Zoro nodded, understanding. Well, that's dealt with. I wonder how's Luffy doing on his end? Nami remarked, brushing the dirt out of her skirt. That's her room, Usopp pointed to the half-opened window. Luffy nodded in understanding, go in there and get her out, I'll distract them at the front door. Usopp nodded and crept stealthily to the window, climbing in without making a sound. You guys, spread out around the mansion, shout if you see anything, Luffy ordered the group of Marines that accompanied them. Luffy strolled up to the door and knocked loudly, waiting for Kuro to respond to it. The door opened, but instead of Kuro, another butler with curly white hair and small lamb horns on his head answered the door. May I help you? He asked, eyeing Luffy suspiciously. Who are you? Where is Klahadore? Luffy demanded, worried that he might be another one of Kuro's crew. Klahadore had gone to the next village yesterday, he hasn't come back yet. Do you want me to take a message? The butler raised an eyebrow. No need, is Miss Kaya in? The butler squinted his eyes at the Marine, she is. But she's still resting, it's barely dawn after all. What do you need? I need to see her, please let me in. Luffy glanced around, worried Kuro might be hiding around the house. Certainly not, even if you're a Marine, this is still private property, I can't just let you come and just Bika. Kaya A sudden scream echoed through the house. Luffy wasted no time in pushing the butler away and sprinted towards the direction of the scream, throwing open the door leading to Kaya's room. Usopp was standing there with his hands up in a placating gesture as Kaya was sitting on her bed, blankets wrapped around her. What's going on? The butler burst into the room right behind Luffy. Mary, it's nothing, Usopp just surprised me, that's all. Mary smiled reassuringly at the butler. Usopp? What are you doing in my lady's room? You better not have done anything to her. Mary yelled, shaking his fist angrily at him. Of course not. Anyway, Kaya, you need to trust me, we need to get you out of here right now. Usopp pleaded. What are you talking about? Mary questioned, taking a step towards Usopp. He said that Klahadore is actually a pirate captain all this while and is currently plotting to take my life in order to seize my fortunes. Kaya answered for Usopp. Impossible. Klahadore has been a trusted caretaker of this family for the past 3 years. You think we'll believe such lies from the village's liar? Mary began advancing on Usopp, clearly intent on throwing him out. Luffy held a hand on his shoulder, pulling Mary back. Miss Kaya, it's all true. What? Kaya looked at the Marine, shocked. We overheard this Klahadore talking with one of his crew members yesterday night. He plans to get you to turn over your fortune to him before killing you. His crew is currently attacking the town as we speak. Luffy looked at her with cold eyes. No, that's not possible. Not after all that he's done. Kaya covered her mouth as tears threatened to spill out. Please believe me, Kaya. He's also the reason why you started falling sick. He has been poisoning you all this while. Usopp clenched his fists, barely containing back his anger. No. 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 This can't be possible. Both of you must be lying. Mary shouted at them. He's been with us for so long. He was always nice to everyone. That definitely can't be true. Mary. Kaya began. What's going on here? A figure wearing round-framed glasses strolled into the room, adjusting it with the palm of his hand. Klahador! Mary exclaimed, smiling. Tell us that's not true, you're not a pirate, aren't you? Oh, so the Marine captain and the village's biggest liar is here too? No wonder there were so many Marines outside. No matter, I'll just have to kill you two as well. Kuro smirked. That was when they realized the claws Kuro now wears on his hands were coated with fresh blood. You? What did you do to them? Luffy furrowed his brows, a shadow covering his eyes. Nothing much, Kuro smirked. Just let them take a long nap in the dirt, of course. Before anyone could react, Luffy was in front of Kuro, sending his fist into his gut, sending him flying out of the room and crashing into the wall across the corridor. Usopp! Grab them and get out of here. I'll handle him. Luffy yelled, not taking his eyes off where Kuro had crashed through. Kaya, come on. We need to go. Usopp grabbed Kaya's hands, pulling her towards the open window. She followed him without hesitation now. No. Klahador. Why would you lie to us? Mary had tears in his eyes. Mary! It doesn't matter now, we have to go. Kaya shouted, bringing Mary out of his stupor. He ran towards the two and helped Usopp carry Kaya out through the window. My. This definitely wasn't calculated in my plans. Django, make sure you get rid of them. Kuro nodded towards a figure at the main entrance. Of course, Captain Kuro, he turned and left towards the direction of Usopp's group. You're not going anywhere. Luffy began to run towards the door when Kuro appeared in front of him, barring his way. He knows Saru? Luffy hesitated before diving to his left to dodge the swipe of Kuro's cat claws. Kuro reappeared in front of him again and slashed, only to hit air as Luffy retreated further back into the mansion. No. He's using pure leg strength to move fast, there's no technique in his movements. Luffy grinned. You're fast for a Marine. Kuro adjusted his spectacles, a frown plastered on his face. And you're fast for a pirate, I'm still faster though. Shishishishi, Luffy laughed. TCH, I'll show you fast. Kuro clucked his tongue at him. Stealth foot. Kuro disappeared. Luffy could still see him though, watching him moving around the room and slashing at everything around him. He seemed to move irregularly, as though he didn't care what he slashed at. I see, he trained his legs to be fast but he himself can't see what he's attacking. Saru. Luffy jumped up straight into Kuro, grabbing him by his collar and throwing him to the ground. Kuro sat up, coughing. Impossible. How did you match my speed? I told you, Kuro, I'm faster than you. Luffy smirked. Kuro furrowed his brows as he used his speed to get behind Luffy. I would like to stay and play with you, but I need to check up on my friends, so sorry. Kuro slashed his claws at the back of the Marine captain. Tekai. The claws on his left hand shattered into pieces as soon as they struck the Marine. Kuro could only look at his shattered claws incredulously as the pieces hit the floor. Luffy turned to grin at him. Kuro's blood boiled with rage as he stabbed his right hand forward at the Marine, only for those claws to shatter as well. Without hesitating, he spun around, delivered a kick to Luffy's head, who received it without flinching, arms crossed. Captain Kuro, under the name Captain Monkey D. Luffy, I hereby place you under arrest in the name of justice. Luffy grinned at him. No. My plan cannot fail. Not after all these years. Kuro growled at Luffy, spinning to kick at him again. Luffy leaned back to avoid the kick before stepping forward and deliver a crushing blow to Kuro's head, smashing him into the ground of the mansion, unconscious. Apparently it did. Captain Kuro, Luffy grinned, before sprinting out of the mansion to find Usopp. When I say 1, 2, Django, you will fall asleep. 1, 2, Django. Kaya gazed in horror as both Usopp and Mary collapsed onto the floor, already fast asleep. They managed to run out of the mansion and head into the forest nearby before Django caught up with them. Django laughed wickedly as he advanced upon the helpless girl. Ovyahaya here. So much for your fearless bodyguards, lady. Now all I need you to do is to write the will for my captain while he kills that marine. Let's not make this any harder than it has to be, alright? Kaya was on the ground, backing away slowly at each step Django took towards her. Now, when I say 1, 2, Django, you will write the will. 1, 2, Jarrgh. Django screamed in pain as something hit him in the back of his head. He turned to look at Usopp holding onto his slingshot, loading in another piece of stone and firing at Django, hitting him squarely between the eyes. Arg! Damn you, you long-nosed freak! Django toppled onto the floor on his hunches, grabbing his nose in pain where the stone had struck him. Kaya, run! I'll deal with this guy! Usopp shouted, readying another stone to shoot. But... Usopp! I can't just leave by myself. Kaya protested. Go! Before he... Enough! No one's going anywhere! Django yelled, brandishing his chakrams. Usopp shoots another stone at him, but Django was ready this time, cutting the stone projectile nimbly with a chakram. You should be asleep. Django commented. As if I'll look if you tell me to look at this ring. Usopp smirked, loading in another stone into his slingshot. Django frowned as he swung his chakram to block another of Usopp's shots. Enough! I'll kill you first. Django charged towards Usopp, spinning his chakrams in his hands. Run, Kaya! Usopp stood to face the charging Django. If I run, he might go after Kaya instead. And I can't leave Mary in that state either. What to do, Usopp? What? Usopp dived to his right as Django sliced his chakram at him, easily cutting through the tree behind him. TCH, stay still you little brat. Django turned to face Usopp again. No, you stay right where you are. Usopp shouted, shooting another rock at him. Stop wasting my time, you know you can't hit me anymore. Django knocked away the stone only to find another stone directly behind it, smashing through his sunglasses and hitting him straight in the eye. Arrgh! I swear I'll kill you! Django screamed, clutching his eye. Usopp tackled him onto the ground, pinning him down. He turned to realize Kaya still sat at the same spot as before. Kaya! You have to run, now! I can't, Usopp. I can't feel my legs. Kaya gasped. No. Kuro must have poisoned her more than usual last night to prevent her from running. Usopp cursed under his breath. Get off me, you bastard. Django sliced his chakram at him, cutting Usopp in his shoulder. Usopp screamed as he clutched his shoulder, feeling blood pouring freely down his arm, sprawling onto the floor. Django kicked him in the gut repeatedly to shut him up as Usopp gasped for breath. Satisfied after a few dozen kicks, Django wiped his sweat off his brow. Stay right there, you bastard. I'll deal with you once I'm done with the girl. He advanced on the girl again. Now come on, look at this ring. When I say, hey! Don't close your eyes. Django yelled at Kaya, who had already snapped her eyes shut. Damn it! I can't hypnotize you when you close your eyes. Django cursed. He looked at the still gasping Usopp and dragged him to Kaya, placing his chakram to his neck. Listen, lady, if you don't write the will now, I will kill this damn brat in front of you. Django muttered in front of Kaya. Kaya opened her eyes to see an out-of-breath and bleeding Usopp in front of her and gasped. Django took out a piece of paper and pen from his pocket and tossed it to her. Write it now or I slice open his neck. No. Kaya cough cough. Don't do it. Usopp breathed. Django struck him across the head. Shut up. Do it, you stupid girl. Stop. Please. I'll write it, just let him go. Kaya reached out to Usopp, but he was just out of her reach. Write the damn will, you infernal brat. Django shouted at her impatiently. A trickle of blood slid down from Usopp's neck. Usopp furrowed his brows and bit down hard on the hand that was holding him, shocking Django into letting go of his chakram. You damn long nose. Why the hell are you trying to so hard to protect her? Django screamed, clutching his hand. Usopp collapsed on the floor. Shut up. I'll protect what I want to protect. I let my mother die on me once, I won't let that happen to Kaya either. I will protect what I treasure. Usopp stood on shaky legs in front of Kaya, protecting her from Django. You bastard, if I don't finish this up soon, my captain's going to kill me. Django brought out 2 more chakrams from underneath his cloak. I will only warn you once, step aside boy, or I will kill you. Never, Usopp stood defiantly, despite his bravado, his legs were clearly shaking uncontrollably. Then die along with her. Django sliced his chakram at Usopp. Usopp could see the chakram flying towards him. He thought about what would happen if he were to fall to this pirate. Kaya would have to write the will to sign over her fortunes to Kuro and die by his hands. Her dream of becoming a doctor would also never be realized. To be honest, my dream is really to become a great warrior of the sea. That's so cool. It was the first time someone didn't actually laugh at his dream. Usopp reached out and grabbed the chakram with his left hand, wincing in pain as the chakram cut his hand. Django tried to pry his chakram out from his hand but realized it wouldn't budge. You? Who are you? Django gasped, slack-jawed at Usopp. I am Usopp, the greatest warrior of the sea. Usopp punched as hard as he could at Django with his right fist, sending him sprawling onto the floor, unmoving. Wow, that was a nice punch. Both Usopp and Kaya turned to look at Luffy standing by a tree grinning at the two of them. How long were you there? Usopp gasped. When you said you would protect what you want to protect. Luffy smiled. Why didn't you help me then? Usopp shouted at him with shark-like teeth. Shishishi, you didn't have the look of a guy who was about to give up, Luffy chuckled. Besides, you're a great warrior of the sea, right? You should be able to protect what you treasure the most. Usopp snorted, but smiled at his comment. It's over, huh? Yep. Hey, Usopp, you want to join my crew as a marine? Luffy grinned. As a marine? Usopp glanced at Luffy. Yeah. You're hardly a great warrior of the sea if you're not actually at sea, are you? Shishishi Luffy laughed. I guess not. Usopp collapsed beside Kaya, who was staring at the two incredulously. Usopp took one long look at Kaya, who looked back at him reassuringly. A marine, huh? I guess I don't mind. Usopp grinned. Yeah. Luffy punched his hands in the air victoriously. This is Captain Hina reporting, headquarters come in. Headquarters receiving loud and clear, go ahead Captain Hina. Hina victorious, we have successfully rounded up the Black Cat pirates and Captain Kuro, although the stand-in Captain Django managed to escape. Understood Captain Hina, the bounty for them will be sent to you once you turn them in at the nearest base. Negative HQ, send the bounty to Captain Monkey D. Luffy, he was the one who caught Captain Kuro himself. Will do, good job captains, headquarters out. Hina stowed her den mushy away, watching as the bound pirates are loaded up into the marine battleship. Captain Kuro himself was still unconscious and had to be carried while bound with Hina's manacles. Django had managed to escape while Luffy was carrying an unconscious Mary, a sick Kaya and an injured Usopp back to the village. You sure you don't want to split the bounty, Hina? Luffy asked, tilting his head. Hina shook her head, grinning, Hina's satisfied with just seeing you again. I'll have to head back to the Grand Line soon. So this should be the last time I'm seeing you on this part of the sea. Shishishi, if you insist then, I'll take it. Luffy chuckled. When you stop by Logtown, say hi to Smoker for me, Hina smiled. Alright, if you see Gramps, say hi to him for me too. Hina gave Luffy one last bear hug before turning and waving goodbye. Luffy turned to see his 3 crew members grinning at him. Ready to set sail again? You bet we are, Captain. Zoro grinned. Captain Luffy! A voice yelled out. All of them turned to see Mary running towards them, waving his hands frantically. Hey, it's the sheep guy, Luffy smiled. Captain Luffy! My mistress wants to see you. Mary gasped, finally reaching them. Oh, what for? Luffy quirked an eyebrow. She said she has something to give you, you should go find her at the jetty behind the mansion. Mary beckoned them to follow him. Kaya was waiting for them when they finally reached the mansion's jetty. Luffy, you mentioned about needing a ship before, right? Yes? Luffy nodded dumbly. Kaya gestured to the ship behind her. It's nothing much, but please accept it as my thanks to you. It's a caravel. Nami exclaimed. It's so cool. Luffy's eyes sparkled. Way better than what we have now, Zoro grinned. Are you sure, Kaya? This is too much for us. Usopp hesitated. Oh, don't be such a wet blanket, Usopp. She's willing to give it to us. Nami smacked Usopp on the head. Kaya giggled at their antics. It's fine, Usopp, I know it would do well in your crew's hands. What's the ship called? Luffy asked, already jumping around the ship in joy. The Going Merry, Mary answered helpfully. Yeah. This is going to be so awesome. We're going out to the sea on Merry, guys. Luffy cheered, the others couldn't help but smile at him. Kaya, I promise I'll come back one day with much more tales than before. Usopp grinned. I look forward to it, Usopp. Kaya giggled. Let's head out to see Marines. Luffy yelled, punching the air in victory. A few hours after setting sail. So we need to have our own symbol as a marine ship, Luffy wagged his finger. Leave the drawing to me. I had tons of practice when I used to draw on the walls of people's homes in the past. Usopp grinned proudly. That's not really something to be proud about. Nami's sweat dropped. Usopp drew the symbol of Marines on top of the flag and then a straw hat right below it. What do you think? Usopp looked at his handiwork proudly. It's perfect. Nami exclaimed. That's definitely us, Zoro nodded. Then let's go with it. Luffy held on to the flag proudly. We need to paint it on the sails too. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. The four finally collapsed on the ground after finishing their painting. All of them glanced at the marine insignia with the straw hat underneath it. As of today, the Straw Hat Marines is officially formed. Luffy punched into the air. The other three grinned at him, punching in the air similarly, yeah. Chapter 7, The Cook and the Sword. Hey Usopp, you're pretty good with your slingshot, right? Luffy asked, spinning his straw hat on his finger. The four of them were seated in the ship's kitchen, eating a rather plain breakfast at the table. Yeah. Anything I can see, I can hit. Usopp beamed proudly, thumping his chest. You can be our marksman then. Just like your dad was on Shanks' crew. Luffy grinned. Usopp's jaw hit the table. Just like my dad? A marksman of the crew? Yeah, of course. I'll take it. Usopp punched his hands in the air, chuckling to himself. Besides that, I think we need another crew member, Luffy pointed out, putting his hat back on his head. Indeed, we have such a nice kitchen too, Nami nodded, smiling. It would be a waste if it's not used properly, Zoro grinned. Shi. Yep. We need a musician. Luffy chuckled. No we don't. All three of them yelled at their captain with shark teeth. Why would we even need a musician in the first place? A tick appeared on Nami's head. Because sailors love to sing. Luffy replied as though it was the most obvious thing in the world. Whenever I followed my trainer on his ship, his crew would always be singing, it was so fun. Nami sighed at his simple-minded mentality. Zoro grinned and shook his head. Usopp nodded to himself as if Luffy had just shared a great piece of wisdom with him. The fact remains that this kitchen is wasted on the four of us, Nami sighed, glancing at the simple toast and eggs breakfast they made for themselves. It would be nice if we could find a cook, he would know to get the best booze, Zoro grinned, drinking even in the morning. Oh. Then I can have meat every day. Luffy grinned. I guess we can find one on our next stop, assuming there is one. Usopp nodded. Luffy and Usopp were on the deck, Luffy watching Usopp tinkering with one of the cannons. Alright. I'm done with this one. Usopp exclaimed, wiping the sweat off his brow. So you're good with these things too? Luffy's eyes sparkled. Of course. Back in my village, I had to learn to take apart and put together many of my neighbors' things as pranks. Usopp thumped his chest proudly. So cool! Luffy exclaimed, punching his hands in the air. Alright, now to test this out, Usopp swiveled the cannon to point at an outcrop of rocks nearby. Loading a cannonball inside, he squinted his eyes as he adjusted its elevation before firing the cannon and hitting the rock with a satisfying boom. Wow! You hit it on your first try! Luffy exclaimed. Of course. I'm the marksman after all. Usopp grinned proudly. Luffy stiffened as he heard a scream. Usopp was oblivious to it, but Luffy heard it clearly with his haki. Guys! Turn this ship around. There's someone on that rock. Luffy shouted, going into captain mode. The rock we just shot at? Usopp paled. Yes. Nami! Turn it around. Luffy shouted, pulling his marine coat he had left hanging on the railing over his shoulders. Aye, Captain. She turned to wheel, swiveling the ship to pass beside the rock. As the ship passed by, they spotted a small boat that was tied to the rock and an angry swordsman shaking his fist at them. He wore a blue jacket over his t-shirt and a pair of sunglasses donned on his face. His sword hung prominently on his right hip. You damn Marines! What the hell was that for? He yelled. Ah! Sorry, that was our marksman testing out our cannons. You're still okay, right? Luffy scratched his head in embarrassment. Like hell I'm okay when you shot a cannon at me. My friend is dying here, the swordsman gestured to the prone figure beside him, clearly not in good shape. Aren't you Johnny? What the hell happened to Yasaku? Zoro lifted an eyebrow. Is that brother Zoro? Johnny's eyes popped out. Stop shouting at us. Nami shouted back. It was a while later when Johnny managed to get his partner Yasaku onto Mary, with Zoro asking what happened to them. He's sick, brother Zoro. Johnny cried. Sick? All four Marines tilted their heads at him. Yeah. He was just fine a couple of days ago, but he suddenly turned pale and he kept passing out on me. Then his teeth started falling out and even his old wounds reopened. I don't know if he's able to make it anymore. Johnny was bawling at the gasping figure of Yasaku on the deck. I was letting him rest on the rock there, but suddenly you guys fired at us. Both Usopp and Luffy gaped at him, bowing their heads in shame. We're so sorry. It's alright, what's done is done. Johnny sniffled. If this is the way he's meant to die, then so be it. Luffy and Usopp had tears streaming down their faces now. We were such great partners, taking down pirates one after the other. Is this how it will all end? Wow, you guys are really idiots. Nami said calmly, unfazed by his crying. Nami! How can you be so calm? He's dying. Usopp shouted at her. Shut up. If you have time to cry, go to the kitchen and squeeze some lime juice for him to drink. Nami smacked Usopp on the head. Lime juice? But why? Usopp rubbed his head. Just do it. Nami smacked him again, causing Usopp to break off running into the kitchen. Your friend's suffering from scurvy. When was the last time you guys actually ate any fruits or vegetables? Nami scoffed at Johnny. A few weeks ago, I guess. Johnny scratched his head at the sudden question. Then you guys are idiots. Nami smacked Johnny's head as well. If you don't eat well, of course you'll fall sick. Usopp returned and began pouring the cup of lime juice down Yasaku's throat with Luffy helping to open his mouth. The scene looked as though they were putting him through water torture. If we're not too late, your friend should recover in a few days, Nami sighed. Really, sis? Yusaku's going to be okay? Johnny tried to grab Nami's shoulders only for her to push him away. Please don't call me sis. And how can you guys not know this? This is the most basic knowledge a sailor should know. Nami smacked Johnny again. Ah, that's right. I remember they taught us that in the Marines too. Luffy looked up at them, still holding Yusaku's mouth open while Usopp continued to dump lime juice down his throat. Are you guys trying to drown him? Nami yelled incredulously. Yusaku opened his eyes suddenly, flinging both Usopp and Luffy off as he jumped up on his feet. I am revived. Yusaku punched his hands in the air in victory. My partner's all fine now. Johnny joined Yusaku in their victory dance. Like hell you can recover that quickly. Nami yelled at the two of them. Sorry. The two swordsmen settled down. My name is Johnny, I'm a bounty hunter. Johnny grinned. And I am Yusaku, likewise a bounty hunter. Brother Zoro used to bounty hunt with us in the past. He scratched his head in embarrassment. I really owe my life to you guys, if you hadn't come along, I would have died by now. Speaking of which, I never thought that Brother Zoro the pirate hunter, the one who always hated following orders, would become a Marine. Johnny remarked. Indeed, a very remarkable turn of events. Yusaku nodded, before suddenly spurting out blood and collapsing. Just shut up and rest already, you moron! Zoro shouted at him. With Yusaku tucked away in the men's quarters, the crew gathered on deck again. If we want to survive out at sea, we're going to have to get ourselves a proper cook, Nami remarked. The question now is, where can we find one? Zoro grinned. I can help with that, Brother Zoro. Johnny raised his hand like a schoolboy answering a question. There's a famous restaurant of the seas a few days' sail away from here, you're sure to find a good cook there. Whether you can convince a cook to join you though, that's another question. Alright. Let's set a course to the restaurant. Luffy grinned. The ship sailed steadily towards their destination for the next 2 days, with Yusaku recovering well enough to join the crew on the deck. On the third day, the floating restaurant finally came into view. The restaurant itself was a ship designed to look like a fish. The front of the ship had a fish head and the tail doubled as the ship's rudder. The body of the fish was replaced by a 3-story building with the words Restaurant Baratai proudly on display at the entrance. It's a fish. That's so cool. Luffy's eyes sparkled. Hurry guys. I can smell meat from here. As they neared the restaurant, a marine ship heading in the same direction pulled up next to them. A man wearing a white pinstripe suit appeared on the deck, spotting the straw hats. What kind of marine unit is that? I've never seen that one before. The man stepped closer to the railings, scrutinizing the crew on the ship with disdain. Hey, who's your captain? Which unit do you belong to? I've never seen you guys before. The man spat arrogantly. Luffy stepped up to the prow of his ship, returning the man's gaze without flinching. Who the heck are you? The man noticed the marine cloak that Luffy wore and frowned. I am Marine Lieutenant Full Body, also known as Iron Fist Full Body. Now who the heck are you? Luffy clucked his tongue at the name, not recognizing it. He crossed his arms at the lieutenant. I am Marine Captain Monkey D. Luffy. My unit, Straw Hat Marines, was only officially formed 2 days ago under the direct command of Vice Admiral Garp. What business do you have with us? Full Body stiffened at once and saluted immediately. My apologies, sir. I didn't have prior knowledge of your group's existence. Please forgive my rudeness. That was a quick change in tone, Nami noted. Leave it to our captain to put show-offs in their place, Zoro grinned. What is your business here, Lieutenant Full Body? Luffy asked. My air. Well, I'm currently off duty right now. And I have a date planned at that restaurant, sir. Full Body stuttered, unsure of how the captain will react. Oh, what a coincidence. Luffy grinned, we're heading there too. I'll see you guys inside then. Luffy waved him away. Ah, of course, sir. Fullbody kept his salute up until Luffy turned away from him, visibly letting out the breath he had been holding. As both ships docked on the restaurant, Luffy gathered his crew around. Alright, you guys go get yourselves something to eat first. I'll talk to the owner and see if has any cooks willing to join us. Everyone stared at Luffy in disbelief. You would actually do something else when there's food right there? Usopp gasped. What? Once we get our own food, I can eat however I want. Luffy grinned. Everyone sighed as they prepared to disembark. As Luffy was preparing to leave, a voice called out from behind him, Luffy, Captain. May I have a word? Luffy turned to see Nami hanging around the now empty deck. Sure, what do you need, Nami? Nami hesitated, unwilling to meet Luffy's eyes. You'll be stopping at my village soon, right? Yep, why? Luffy raised any eyebrow. I may have some appointments I need to keep back there. Nami looked at Luffy hesitatingly. Oh, really? How soon? Within this week. Luffy scratched his chin, thinking. I understand, I'll make sure we'll spend at maximum 3 days here. We'll get you back on time, don't worry about it. Thanks, Luffy. Nami massaged her arm in embarrassment. The Straw Hat Marines found themselves at table beside the Marine lieutenant they met earlier and began ordering food for themselves while Luffy went off to find the owner. Luffy found a chef and asked to be lead to the owner. The chef saw the Marine insignia that Luffy wore and complied immediately. Owner Zeph, there's a Marine looking for you, the chef ratted on the door that lead to his room. Send him in, a voice came from the other side. Luffy entered the room to find a blonde-haired old man sitting by his desk in a chef uniform. He sported an impressive mustache that was accompanied by a beard. On his head rested a chef's hat that almost reached all the way to the ceiling of the room, as though to make a point that the person wearing it was a chef. The most noticeable feature was that his right leg ended in a stump just below the knee and a wooden peg leg was attached to it. Hey, are you the owner? Luffy waved. Zeph stood up to meet Luffy. I'm Zeph. What do you want, Marine? I'm Captain Monkey D. Luffy, and I'm looking for a cook to join my crew. Luffy grinned. You're looking for a cook to join your crew? Zeph repeated. Yeah. I don't suppose you have someone that might want to join my crew? Luffy continued to smile at him. TCH, you're strange for a Marine, the owner grinned. Usually when a Marine asks to see me is to demand for me to waive their expenses as a fee for their protection or some sort. We see cooks need no protection from Marines. Oh, so you guys can fight too? Even better. Luffy laughed. You're an interesting one, boy. Zeph smiled. So you need a cook on your crew, eh? Especially one that knows how to fight? You bet. He needs to be able to cook and kick ass. Luffy punched in front of him to emphasize his point. Ha ha ha. Tell you what, kid. I don't know if any of my boys would give up their position to become a Marine though, but if you find someone who does, you have my permission to take him with you. Zeph chuckled despite himself. Really? Thanks, old man. You're the best. Luffy shook Zeph's hands enthusiastically. Heh, but make sure you take care of my boys, but then again I'm pretty sure you wouldn't want someone who can't take care of themselves, right, Captain? Zeph grinned wickedly. You bet. We'll be facing many criminals out there, so he'll have to. A gunshot rang through the restaurant, cutting Luffy off mid-sentence. Both Luffy and Zeph sprinted out of the room and down to the restaurant, seeing a bloodied pirate holding onto a gun standing at the doorway of the restaurant. A Marine was lying down prone on the floor, blood oozing out from a gunshot wound from his chest. The Marine lieutenant full body was also sporting bruises and bleeding on the ground, although for what reason was unclear. Luffy, however, had his eyes locked on the Marine that was clutching at his wound on the ground. His eyes were deathly cold. Bring me some food, the pirate demanded weakly. The gun in his hands was swinging weakly in his grip. Luffy stepped away from Zeph and knelt down beside the Marine, turning him over to check his wound. The Marine barely noticed him as he shut his eyes in pain while clutching at his open wound. The first aid training Luffy did in the Marines quickly clicked themselves into place as he ran a critical eye over the wound. He relaxed slightly when he found the wound not as life-threatening as he thought. Slightly. He tore off a strip of cloth from a nearby tablecloth and tried to dress the wound as best as he could. The pirate stepped over them as he entered the restaurant. "Stop right there," Luffy growled, not stopping at dressing the Marine's wounds. The pirate didn't even look at him as he pointed the gun at Luffy's head and fired a shot. Luffy's hands did not slow in tying the knot on the cloth as he moved his head to the left to dodge the bullet. The pirate's eyes widened as Luffy stood up and faced him, his eyes boring into the pirate. "You shot him." It wasn't a question, it was just Luffy stating a simple fact, like a judge declaring a criminal guilty of his crimes. The pirate swung the pistol up and shot at him again, but this time Luffy caught the bullet in between his thumb and index finger without blinking. His eyes never left the pirate as he crushed the bullet into dust, advancing towards him. The restaurant watched as Luffy grabbed the pirate's gun and snapped it in his hands before pulling him up by the collar to stare directly into his eyes. "You there, Marine? Hold on a moment." A blonde-haired cook walked towards him, puffing on a cigarette. Luffy wrinkled his nose at the cigarette smell which the cook noticed. The cook swiftly extinguished it in a nearby ashtray before continuing to walk towards him. "He's starving, let me feed him first before you do whatever you want with him." The cook stood before the Marine captain, hands in his pockets. "Hey! What do you think you're doing, Sanji? He just shot that Marine." One of the cooks shouted at him. Sanji didn't say anything as he stood in front of Luffy, unmoving. Luffy took a glance at the cook before looking back at the pirate, fear obvious in his eyes. On the ground, the Marine coughed, wincing in pain but very much alive. "Apologize to him," Luffy whispered, but it may as well have been a shout in the deathly silent restaurant. I'm sorry." The pirate barely spluttered out before Luffy dropped him on the floor unceremoniously. "Lieutenant." Luffy turned to the prone officer. Full Body immediately stood and saluted, though rather comically with his bloodied face. "Yes, sir." Luffy gestured to the Marine, "Bring him back to your ship and make sure he gets proper treatment. I've done all I can for now." "Yes, sir." Full Body immediately hauled the Marine on his shoulders and ran out of the restaurant, glad to be out of the place. "He's all yours," Luffy said, passing by Sanji. "Thanks," the cook muttered before slinging the exhausted and starving pirate over his shoulders, carrying him out of the restaurant. Luffy went towards the table his crew was at and sat down amidst the stares of everyone. The owner finally released the tension as he clapped his hands. "All right, you lousy cooks, that's all the show you're getting, get back to work." "Yes, Owner Zeph." The cooks shouted heartily as they scurried back to the kitchen and everyone else relaxing back into their seats. "Who was that?" Luffy finally asked. A member of the Krieg pirates, Zoro sighed, as though whatever happened before bore him. Apparently that Marine lieutenant from earlier was holding him custody on his ship before he broke out and escaped here, Nami offered. "Yeah, and that blonde guy that was talking to you earlier? He beat up that Marine lieutenant for insulting his food." Usopp jerked his thumb towards the entrance. "Oh?" Luffy leaned forward, interested. "So that cook can fight, huh?" "You're not thinking of..." Nami gasped. "Wait, what did the owner say to you?" Zoro asked hopefully. "Ah, he said that if I could convince anyone to join, I'm free to take him." Luffy grinned. "Oh, no. Please not him." Zoro groaned. "Why not?" Luffy tilted his head at Zoro. "He's nothing but a pervert," Usopp added helpfully. "Hey, just because he was fawning all over me and gave me free food makes him a pervert," Nami protested. Johnny and Yasaku just stared at the four Marines incredulously. "Ah." Luffy clapped his hands together, remembering. "Speaking of which, I should go ask him right now." Luffy stood up from the table and ran outside the restaurant. "This guy. I'll never understand what's going on in that head of his." Nami sighed, slumping her head down on the table. Luffy spotted the cook and pirate near the back of the ship just as Sanji placed a plate of steaming food in front of him. Eat, Sanji ordered as he sat down beside the pirate. Why are you doing this? The pirate gasped, watching Sanji carefully. Sanji took a long drag on his cigarette before exhaling in a single long puff. I know how it feels to be without food for a long time. No matter who it is, no one deserves to starve. Now eat. The pirate took up the plate with shaky hands. What's your name? Sanji, he sighed. Thank you. Sanji. He first took a small spoonful of food, before abandoning any form of resistance and started to shovel food into his mouth with wild abandon. It's so good. It's too good. The pirate sobbed, tears spilling down his cheeks. Sanji just grinned as he leaned his head back, satisfied with just feeding another starving man. Hey cook, Sanji turned to see Luffy standing a few feet away, walking towards them. Marine, Sanji stood slowly, standing in between Luffy and the pirate. The pirate visible stiffened as he saw Luffy, seemingly shrinking smaller and smaller as Luffy got closer. So you gave him food, huh? You're a pretty nice guy, Luffy grinned. Sanji only snorted, giving one final puff of his cigarette before tossing it away. What do you want? Sanji eyed the marine captain suspiciously. I need a cook for my crew and I'm looking for one, Luffy grinned pointedly at Sanji. Sanji seemed to get the clue but shook his head. You'll have to ask someone else, I'm not leaving this place, much less interested in becoming a marine. Luffy pouted, come on, it'll be fun. Join my crew. I said no. I don't have any interests in leaving this place. Sanji glared at the captain. So you refuse? Luffy raised an eyebrow. Yes, I refuse. Then I'll refuse too. Luffy grinned. What? What is there to refuse? Sanji raised an eyebrow. I refuse your refusal. Luffy stuck out his hand to shake as though he had already agreed to join him. A tick appeared on Sanji's head as he smacked Luffy's hand away. That's not how it works, you little shit. Ah. Then what can I do to convince you? Luffy pouted. Nothing you can do. Sanji turned his back on the marine, cursing under his breath. Are you here to arrest me? The pirate asked shakily. Luffy turned to regard the pirate with a raised eyebrow. Huh? Of course not, I mean you're an okay guy, I guess. I noticed you didn't aim to kill that marine before. He frowned suddenly, though you did try to kill me, not that you could anyway, so it's fine. Sanji didn't know if he should laugh or cry at his naivety. Thanks, I guess? But I'm a pirate? Oh, I believe not all pirates are bad, so unless you prove me otherwise, I have nothing against you. Whose crew do you belong to? I'm Jin of the Creed Pirates, he smiled weakly. Luffy's grin turned into a scowl as he heard the name, that guy? He's one of the worst captains out here that you can follow. He doesn't care one bit for his crew and thinks he can get his way just with some petty tricks. And the way he's pirating, just downright atrocious, no class at all. Jin's eyes widened as he said that. He was expecting a more hostile reaction rather than just criticisms on his way of pirating. So what do you want with me? Jin tried to ask. Nothing? You're gonna leave after he feeds you, right? Luffy jerked his head towards Sanji. Just a piece of advice, you're better off without that captain of yours. A marine that lets a pirate go free, that's new. Sanji smirked. You would really just willingly let me go, knowing that I'm a member of the Creed Pirates? Jin stared at Luffy in wonder. Sure, Luffy crossed his arms, smiling at him. Jin shook his head, not sure what was going through the marine's head. Listen, Jin. I already prepared a boat for you, get out of here as soon as you can. Sanji jerked his thumb towards a small boat tied to the back of the restaurant. Sanji, I'll never forget this, because of you, I'm alive. Jin held onto Sanji's hands gratefully, tears streaming past his cheeks. Hey brat! A loud voice bellowed from above them. All three looked up to see Zeph leaning over the railing on the second floor, watching them. Jin's face fell as he stared at the empty plate beside him. I'm sorry you'll get into trouble because of me. Nonsense, you already paid for your food. Luffy pushed a few berry notes into Sanji before giving Jin a push in the direction of the boat. You're really weird, you know that? Sanji grinned, clasping on the berries he received. Zeph just grunted, "Get back to work, you stupid cook." He left without waiting for an answer. I'll never forget this, Sanji. Jin waved the cook goodbye as the boat was carried off by the waves, sailing further and further away. So will you join my crew now? Luffy grinned. Hell no, I still have my own dreams to fulfill. That sparked off Luffy, grabbing him by the shoulders and turning him to face him. Really? Tell me please. 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 Please dash. Get off me, you shitty marine. Sanji pulled himself away from Luffy, stumbling. I have no reason to tell you anyway. Selfish, Luffy pouted. He turned to leave, his cloak swaying behind him against the wind. I still reject your refusal though, so I'm staying here until you agree to come with me. You damn marine. Listen to what others say to you. Sanji yelled after the departing marine. Things proceeded normally for the next 2 days. The Straw Hats continued to stay at the restaurant on their captain's orders to try and convince Sanji to join them, much to Zoro's dismay. Must it be him, Captain? Zoro groaned. There's plenty of other chefs that we could find. No, he's both a good chef and a good fighter. I've seen the way he moves, will not settle for anything less. With that, Luffy silenced any other forms of protests. On the beginning of the 3rd day, Luffy and Nami were alone on board Mary, the other guys having gone to have their breakfast. Luffy, about the thing I asked you before. Nami hesitated. I understand, Nami, if I can't get him to join today, we'll go back to your hometown first. You don't need to worry. Luffy finished for her. Are you sure you want to follow me? For all you know, I may be leading you into a trap. Luffy took one look at her and laughed, shishishishi. Nami, what kind of person tells the other they may be leading them into a trap if they really plan to do so? Nami grimaced, usually the one admonishing the other for not thinking was her, not Luffy. She hung her shoulders in defeat, sighing. I do have to warn you though, I haven't officially agreed to join your crew yet, so technically I'm still not a marine. Works for me, once we're done with your hometown, you can officially be one of us then. Luffy grinned enthusiastically. I don't understand, why do you have so much faith in me? Nami raised an eyebrow. You haven't done anything for me not to trust you, Luffy shrugged, as though it was the most obvious thing in the world. Nami sighed again. Alright, one more day then I'm leaving here with or without you. Heh, thanks Nami, though I would appreciate if a sudden explosion rang through the restaurant. Nami and Luffy glanced at each other before jumping out of their ship and running back into the restaurant. Several gunshots also rang out while they were running there. Luffy burst into the dining area just in time to see a man wearing golden armor strut out with a huge sack over his shoulders. Jin was kneeling on the floor, apologizing repeatedly to Sanji. Many of the cooks seemed to be lying around on the floor with various bullet wounds, while Sanji seemed to have taken a rather nasty hit to his face. What happened here? Luffy approached Zoro, fists clenched. Don Krieg showed up with his crew. He demanded the cooks to feed him before he got violent on them. That Zeph guy just gave him the food he asked for, even though Don Krieg had threatened to take over the ship once his men are fed. I can't believe these guys. Zoro spat. Yeah. Apparently he just came back from the Grand Line when his armada of 5,000 men were decimated by a single guy. His galleon looks to be in a pretty bad shape. Usopp added helpfully. The rest of the cooks seemed to be blaming Sanji for choosing to feed Don Krieg when Zeph told them to shut up, stating none of them knew what it was like to starve to the brink of death before. Sanji smirked at him. Relax guys, it's my policy to feed starving men, but since these pirates are no longer starving, no one can blame me for beating the hell out of them when they come, right? The other cooks shook their heads at him. Hey Jin turned to see Luffy standing by the side. You're still here, huh, Marine? Jin sighed. Who's the guy who did this to your ship? Luffy stepped towards him. He's a monster, not a guy. That crazy strength can never belong to a human being. Before we even knew what was happening, he had destroyed so many of our ships with just his sword. I still remember his eyes. It was like the eyes of a hawk, staring down at me like I was his next prey. Jin was crouching down on the floor, hands covering his head in fear. Royal Shichibukai, Dracula Mihawk, Luffy finished for Jin, smiling. Everyone in the restaurant immediately stiffened hearing that name. Sure. Shichibukai? The cooks muttered. So he's here. Zoro grinned, grasping his swords tightly. Finally I will get to meet you, the world's greatest swordsman. Yells of victory came from the galleon outside the restaurant as the pirates readied themselves to attack. All the cooks had their weapons out and were marching out the door when the galleon suddenly collapsed within itself. The galleon, it got cut? Nami gasped, not believing what she was seeing. Zeph yelled out to the chefs to move the ship out of the way as parts of the galleon crashed in around them. Nami raced back to Mary in an attempt to move it out of the way as well, anchoring it a few feet away from the restaurant. There he is, the bastard. Zeph scoffed, spotting a lone figure sailing out of the mist on a coffin-shaped boat. You bastard! What have we done to you? Why did you follow us here? One of the Krieg pirates demanded. Just passing through to meet a friend. Mihawk answered, not sparing a glance at the pirates. You asshole! A pirate pointed his guns at him and fired 2 shots. Mihawk didn't even flinch as he drew his sword behind his back smoothly in an arc, deflecting the bullets away from him. Such graceful swordsmanship. Truly deserving of the title of the best. Zoro gasped. He stood on the deck of the restaurant, watching Mihawk's passive face. Hey! Hawky! You made it! Luffy jumped on the railings, waving wildly at Mihawk. Mihawk broke out in a grin, his impassive face disappearing like a mirage. He sheathed his sword as he stood up from his boat. Luffy. I got your message. How have you been? Flashback. What? Mihawk glared at the Marine boy that hasn't stopped staring at him the moment he walked into the meeting room of Marine headquarters. Both of them were currently alone as they waited for the rest to show up. You look funny, the boy blurted out innocently. I like you. Mihawk didn't know whether to laugh or rage at the boy but settled for the former. Who are you? What are you doing here? You have a nice hat. What sword is that? Why are your eyes like that? Can I touch your sword? Can I wear your hat? The boy fired off his questions like a machine gun. Cuckoo, you're an interesting one, boy. What's your name? Monkey D. Luffy. I'm going to be an admiral. Monkey? Garp's family, I see. So you want to be an admiral, huh? You've got a long road ahead of you. I don't care, I'm still going to do it. Luffy pumped his fist in the air. Cuckoo, well said, boy, if only more people in the world had your conviction. Shishishi, so who are you? Luffy grinned at the swordsman. How rude of me, I'm Dracula Mihawk, greatest swordsman in the world. That's so cool. Luffy jumped towards Mihawk, gawking up at him. Mihawk spotted the straw hat that was tied to his back. That straw hat, did someone by the name of Shanks give it to you? Oh. You know Shanks? He gave this hat to me after I told him I'll become an admiral. Wahahaha. You're getting more and more interesting, boy. Shanks actually gave you that hat when you told him you wanted to be an admiral? Mihawk laughed. Yep. He's a really good guy. Luffy smiled, innocently. You know he's a pirate, right? Yep, he's a really good pirate too. I like him. Wahahaha. So what will you do when you catch him? Catch him? Luffy tilted his head in confusion. Why would I catch him? He's a good guy, I only catch bad guys. Cuckoo, Luffy, the world is going to feel your presence once you get out there. You have the conviction and the will to make changes like no one else has ever dreamed of. Really? Do you think I can be an admiral too? Luffy grinned. That and more, Luffy. And I swear, by my name as Dracul Mihawk, that I will support your ambition as long as you swear to never stray from the path you had set out yourself. Really? Thanks, Hawkie. Hawkie? Mihawk stared at Luffy incredulously. Yeah. Your eyes look like a hawk. It's so cool. Wahahahaha. I've been fine. I'm glad you could make it in time. Here's the man that I told you about. Luffy gestured to Zoro. You brought him here? Zoro glanced at Luffy. Hey, you said you wanted to meet him, and we were going to stay here for a while anyway, so I called him. Luffy shrugged. So, you're Roronoa Zoro, the best swordsman of East Blue? Mihawk scrutinized Zoro. Roronoa? So it really is him. 3 swords on his waist. The pirate hunter. The cooks and pirates began muttering amongst themselves. Luffy has told me many things about you, about your ambition to surpass me as the best swordsman in the world. Indeed, Zoro grinned, tying his bandana on his head. And I wish to duel you. Mihawk snorted, I don't mean to insult you, Zoro, but the world is big, fighting you at your current level will only be an insult to me. Zoro gritted his teeth, you don't know anything about me. Perhaps, but I can judge your strength well enough. I say the truth that your current skill level is below mine, but if you still wish to duel, I will gladly oblige. Zoro unsheathed his 3 swords and leapt across the water, landing among the remains of Don Krieg's ship. I request a duel. Very well, Mihawk took out his necklace of a cross and pulled the end out, revealing a small blade underneath. I apologize, but this is the smallest blade I have. You insult me? Zoro scowled. Not at all, this is similar to how you wouldn't use a cannon to kill a fly. Zoro's scowl deepened as he charged towards Mihawk. Onigiri. Zoro slashed all 3 of his swords at Mihawk, only for them all to be stopped by a single stab of Mihawk's blade. In an instant, Mihawk had correctly gauged the time where all 3 of Zoro's blades will converge and stab towards that point, stopping his blades from moving. Zoro could not even budge an inch against the knife that was pushing him back with a monstrous force. Impossible. This is the level of the best? I can't be so far from it. Zoro started slashing at Mihawk with wild abandon, trying to get at least a hit on him. Such ferocity, Zoro. To be the best, you at least must be calm even in the fiercest of battles. Mihawk lectured, deflecting all of Zoro's strikes gracefully. I can't lose. I didn't train all my life just to fight against his toy. Zoro slashed at Mihawk again, only for Mihawk to push him back with his blade. I want to be the strongest swordsman in the world. After all, an admiral's crew should only have the best. You knew he was this much stronger than me, and yet you had faith that I could reach him? Zoro settled into his stance, bringing the 2 swords in his hands behind the one in his mouth. Toragari. Zoro slashed forwards as Mihawk charged at him. Zoro's swords never reached his target as Mihawk stabbed at his chest. Zoro stood still staring at Mihawk as the knife pierced his chest. Why do you refuse to step back even so? Mihawk glanced at Zoro. Honestly, I don't know, Zoro confessed. But I feel like I would lose something really important if I were to even take a step back. That is your conviction, your will to deny defeat even in death. The same conviction that Luffy has that drives him to change the world. Would you rather die than be defeated? I would. Zoro gritted his teeth. Mihawk retracted his blade from Zoro's chest. You have earned my respect, Roronoa Zoro, and as a mark of that as a fellow swordsman, I shall end this duel with my black sword, the strongest in the world. Mihawk drew the sword on his back. Ha! Should I thank you? Zoro spat, raising his swords just as Mihawk began to charge. Zoro brought his swords together, eyes only on Mihawk. Santuryuogi, Sanzen Sekai. The 2 swordsmen slashed past each other, a small shockwave blasted out from their clash. Nami gasped as the swords in Zoro's hands shattered. Zoro sheathed the last remaining sword that was in his mouth and turned to face Mihawk just as he was about to strike again. He stretched his arms wide, prepared to receive the inevitable blow. Mihawk looked at him questioningly, in which Zoro answered, "A mark on the back is a swordsman's shame." Well said. Mihawk grinned as he brought the sword down on Zoro, across his chest. Zoro, all of the Straw Hat Marines cried out. "You truly are worthy of being Luffy's first mate," Mihawk grinned as Zoro fell into the water. Johnny and Yasaku immediately leapt into the sea and swam towards Zoro. "Mihawk!" Luffy shouted, appearing in front of Mihawk and punching towards him. Mihawk barely had time to raise his sword in defense as Luffy's fist connected with his blade, the shockwave pushing Mihawk back a few steps. "He managed to make him move back?" Sanji gasped. As monstrous as ever Luffy, Mihawk grinned uncontrollably. "Relax, I didn't kill him." Luffy turned in time to see Johnny and Yasaku pulling out a gasping Zoro onto Mary. Nami and Usopp immediately descended upon him, with Usopp administering first aid while Nami berating him for being an idiot. "Roronoa Zoro. I shall await for you at the top of this world. Get stronger and face me once again. Forge ahead with that will of yours and surpass me, Roronoa." Mihawk shouted. "To think he actually acknowledges him." Sanji muttered. "That guy must be crazy." "Luffy, I take it your dream hasn't changed?" Mihawk smirked. "Not at all, I'll be standing at the top of the Marines one day for sure." He stuck his tongue at Mihawk. "Oomph, I'll await that day then." Mihawk grinned. "Luffy!" Zoro called out from the boat, despite the others' protests. "I'm sorry for embarrassing you. For you to have so much faith in me, and yet to not meet your expectations." Zoro pulled out his last sword, pointing it towards the sky. "I swear by my sword, Luffy, that until I fight him again and win, I'll never lose again." "Zoro! Stop it. You're only making it worse." Nami cried. "Any problems with that, Admiral?" Zoro shouted with finality. "Nope." Luffy grinned. "You found a good first mate, Luffy. I'll be seeing you then." Mihawk waved as he stepped back on his boat. "Mihawk!" Don Krieg stepped up from behind Luffy. "Aren't you here to take my head? Don't be so full of yourself. You were merely in my way when I came to meet my friend, nothing more." "Someone as insignificant as you isn't even worth my time, fool." Mihawk sighed. "Oh, you're planning to leave?" Krieg smirked. "Why don't you die first?" Krieg brandished two pistols while his shoulder plates flipped up to reveal more guns, all firing simultaneously at Mihawk. "Fool." Mihawk sighed as he slashed at the ground, sending a spray of water up. When the water came crashing down, Mihawk was already gone. "TCH, coward," Krieg spat. He turned to regard Luffy. "Now for you, little marine, are you here to arrest me?" "Yes, and I'm also here to kick your ass." Luffy deadpanned. "Ha! I'd like to see you try." "Pearl!" Krieg called out behind him. A towering man with iron-plated shields all over his body approached behind Krieg. Hey, you called for me, Don?" Pearl snickered. "Let's kill this upstart marine," Krieg smirked. Both of them charged towards Luffy when a blonde-haired cook jumped in front of them, kicking at Pearl and sending him skidding backwards. 2 against 1 doesn't really seem to be that fair, don't you agree?" Sanji smirked, tapping his shoe on the ground. "TCH, whatever." "Pearl! Take care of that damn cook first," Krieg yelled. He. "Nothing can get through my invincible wall. It's time for you to die." Pearl charged towards Sanji. Sanji kicked towards his head, but Pearl snapped his arm up and blocked it with his shield before flinging Sanji away. "It's no use. My shields can block even attacks from battleship cannons." Pearl yelled confidently, charging at Sanji again. Sanji said nothing as he kicked towards Pearl's chest, which Pearl received with his shield with confidence, barely budging against the kick. "It's useless." Pearl smashed his hand towards Sanji, smashing into the ground. "I have never bled in all my battles before. I have a perfect battle record. You don't stand a chance." Sanji charged at him again, jumping up and holding onto Pearl's arm as he tried another smash. Then prepare to mark this day as your first bleeding. Call your shoot. Sanji kicked his foot towards Pearl's unprotected neck, smashing him into a debris of the ship. As the dust cleared, Pearl was staring at the blood that flowed from his nose. I'm bleeding! Pearl yelled. He smashed the shields on his fist together and the sparks ignited all his shields, setting them on fire. Danger! 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 Back away! Pearl shouted, swinging wildly at Sanji. This guy has a screw loose. Sanji muttered. He flipped backwards to land on his hands, legs aimed at Pearl. Poi try and shoot. Sanji kicked his foot towards Pearl's chest, knocking the man back a few feet. Why aren't you afraid of fire? Pearl demanded. If a cook is afraid of fire, he can never cook. Sanji grinned. I'll smash you. Pearl charged at Sanji again, swinging his arms at him. Sanji jumped over Pearl and kicked at the back of his head, sending him sprawling on the ground. Pearl got up on shaky legs, eyes red with anger. I'll make you pay. Fire Pearl Datakuten. Pearl flung his arms into the air as pearls of fire exploded out from him in all directions. Shit! Sanji cursed as a pearl hit him square on the chest and flung him into a debris, smashing him through it. Sanji coughed as he got out of the debris, before looking up to see a charging Pearl. He didn't have time to dodge as a flaming shield connected with his face, sending him flying back again. The Krieg pirates cheered. That's enough from you! Sanji yelled, blood dripping down his head. All talk from someone who's half dead. Pearl laughed as he charged again. Sanji's eyes burned as he flipped back on his hands again. Poi try and shoot. Sanji's boot landed squarely at Pearl's chest and instead of bouncing off, his kick smashed right through the shield and implanted firmly on Pearl, sending him flying into the sea. There, take some time to cool off, will ya? Sanji dusted his hands. Pearl! Krieg shouted after the sinking pirate. He turned his glare at Sanji, you will pay for that. I don't think so, Luffy stepped in front of Sanji, his marine cloak fluttering in the wind. Don't touch my cook. Who's your cook? Sanji yelled. Sanji, back away from here, this could get nasty. Luffy glanced at him. Sanji saw the look in his eyes and didn't protest, jumping back to the restaurant to join Zeph. Watch how he fights, Sanji, Zeph muttered. If you thought Mihawk was a monster, he's much more than that. That Straw Hat boy? Sanji glanced at Zeph. Zeph nodded slowly. If you didn't notice, Mihawk actually flinched slightly when that boy yelled at him. Sanji's eyes widened as he stared at the boy standing against Don Krieg. Who are you, boy? Krieg sneered. Captain Monkey D. Luffy of the Straw Hat Marines, I'm placing you under arrest. Ha! As if you can. Krieg took off one of his shoulder pads to hold in his hands. The shield opened up to reveal canisters clustered all around the edge of the shield. Die filthy marine! Krieg fired and spikes flew out of the shield towards Luffy. Takai Luffy muttered, not moving as the spikes impaled themselves on him, crushing themselves on his hardened skin before dropping on the floor, barely leaving a scratch. Everyone's jaws dropped as they witnessed Luffy unharmed amidst the onslaught of Spike. Krieg only cursed as he opened the cannon hidden in his armor and fired at Luffy, only for Luffy to catch the cannonball in midair. Mihawk was right about you, Krieg, you really are a fool, Luffy grinned. Don't mess with me. Krieg scowled, combining both his shoulder plates together to transform it into a spear. You will die now. Krieg charged at Luffy, spear raised in the air to smash down at him. Rankyaku! Luffy kicked his leg in the air, the compressed air slicing the spear off at the head, just below the combined shoulder plates. You brat! Krieg cried as he witnessed High Best weapon sliced without the Straw Hat moving from his position. I'll kill you! Yada, 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 Luffy droned, appearing in front of Krieg. You're not strong enough to kill me. Sure gone. Luffy pierced his finger into Krieg's golden armor. Krieg stared dumbly at the single finger that managed to penetrate his impenetrable defense. Blood was already oozing out from the wound at his abdomen. "What are you?" Krieg spluttered. "A Marine." Luffy smirked, withdrawing his hand before delivering a crushing blow into Krieg's chest, shattering the armor. Turning on his heels, he lifted his leg and kicked at Krieg's head, smashing him into the ground with a satisfying boom. "That boy is the real monster," Zeph grinned. "So you're not going to arrest us?" Jin stared at Luffy incredulously. Everyone had retreated back into the restaurant and the Krieg pirates were standing in front of Luffy, who was enjoying a hearty victory meal. Krieg was tied up and unconscious on the floor behind him. "Nah. I only need Krieg, you guys didn't do anything, so you can go." Luffy waved his hand. "But we have nowhere else to go." One of the pirates protested. "Do any of you know how to cook?" Zeph stepped up towards them. Most of them shook their heads. Zeph sighed, "If all of you don't mind to learn, I suppose I can hire you guys here." All of the pirates gasped. "You'll take in a bunch of pirates like us?" Jin asked. Zeph shrugged and gestured to his cooks. "These boys aren't exactly the gentlemen when I picked them all up. You guys will fit right in." Jin got down on his knees, as did all the Krieg pirates. "We'll be in your care, Owner Zeph." As everyone started celebrating the arrival of more staff, Nami nudged Luffy impatiently, tapping at her wrist. Luffy sighed and went to the kitchen to find Sanji. "Hey, Sanji. Join my crew." "Not this again. I already told you no, I can't leave this place." Sanji sighed, cleaning one of the knives. "Why not?" Luffy tilted his head. "I owe the old man too much for me to leave like this. He and I shared the same dream back then, it would be too selfish of me to run away now." Luffy grabbed him quickly by the shoulders. "Your dream? Tell me please. 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 Stop it. I'm not Telly Dash." To find the All Blue, Zeph walked into the kitchen. "All Blue?" Luffy raised an eyebrow. "Aye, it is said that every kind of fish can be found there, it is the chef's paradise." Zeph grunted. "Go you stupid eggplant, chase that silly dream of yours, you're better out there than in here. I don't need your help with all these new guys I'll be having." "But it's not fair." Sanji teared up. "I'll tell you what's not fair, you silly brat. You stuck with an old man like me when you can be out there pursuing that dream of yours. Go with the Marine and chase our dream for us." Zeph grinned. "Old man. I? Don't do that to me, you stupid eggplant," tearing up despite himself. "Go before I kick you out myself." Sanji got on his knees. "I'm eternally grateful for taking care of me for so long." Tears flowed freely down his cheeks. "I'll never in my life, ever forget the debt I can never repay you." "Damn it." The rest of the chefs exploded into the kitchen. "Why can't you just leave without saying anything, huh? You damn bastard. We're going to be so lonely without you, you stupid cook. We'll all miss you, you bastard." All the chefs cried. Sanji looked at them with a big smile on his face. "Let's meet again one day, you good-for-nothing bastards." Sanji cried with them. Chapter 8, Broken Promises. "Nami Swanen, would you like some desserts?" Sanji pirouetted his way to the seated navigator, placing a piece of cake in front of her. "Thank you, Sanji," Nami smiled at him, causing him to spin around in happiness. "Hey! What about me?" Usopp protested from the side. "Shut up, I already gave you guys tea, didn't I?" Sanji pointed an accusing finger at Usopp. "You sexist cook." Usopp pouted. "Shut up. Girls will always get better treatment from me." Sanji pirouetted his way back to Nami's side again. Meanwhile, Luffy was seated beside the bed that Zoro was resting in. "I see what you mean by a pervert now," Luffy remarked, grinning. "Isn't that right, Captain? Why does it have to be him out of everyone else, in the restaurant?" Zoro said in between breaths. He seemed to be in pain as he said each word, but found the strength to smirk back at him, nevertheless. He's a good guy, Zoro, don't be too hard on him, Luffy chuckled. I'll be nicer to him, if he stops showing that pathetic face to everything that doesn't have a sausage in between their legs, Zoro huffed. Sausage? Luffy asked, opening his pants to look into it. Never mind. Forget I said that. Zoro groaned. On another note, how the hell are you such close friends with Mihawk? Luffy brightened at the mention of the swordsman's name. Oh. He came to headquarters a few times throughout my training. My trainer made me spar with him a few times, then we hung out after that. You sparred with him? Zoro tried to sit up but Luffy pushed him back down. Stop moving, or I'm tying you to the bed. Luffy frowned. And yes, I sparred with him, though I never won even once. Haki is really strong. You're the weirdest marine I've ever seen. Zoro sighed. Shishishi. Haki said the same thing too. Luffy laughed, scratching the back of his head. Zoro sighed, so you told him about me? Luffy nodded, grinning uncontrollably. What did you tell him? Zoro watched Luffy carefully. Luffy pondered for a while, scratching his chin. I told him that you wished to meet and defeat him to claim his title of the best. I also told him you were the best swordsman on this side of the world. Zoro's eyes widened. What? What did he say? He asked me what you were like. I told him that you weren't at his level yet, but you still had the potential to catch up to him. Luffy smiled sheepishly. Zoro just stared wide-eyed at Luffy. After fighting Mihawk firsthand, he knew the vast difference in strength between them, and yet Luffy still saw in him the possibility of surpassing Mihawk. He gritted his teeth, remembering the embarrassing fight he had with Mihawk. He knew all the while Mihawk was only testing him and never took the fight seriously. Heck, he probably even went easy on him, seeing how he knew Luffy from the start. Why? Why do you have so much faith in me? Zoro frowned. Luffy stared at him for a moment, not answering the question. Why, Luffy? Zoro asked again, demanding an answer. You think too little of yourself, Zoro. Luffy grinned. That girl you helped back then? You willingly subjected yourself to that torture to save her, even if it meant you might lose your chance to attain your dream. Not many can do that unless you have the will to live through every obstacle that life throws at you to protect your dream. You are much stronger than you think. Luffy pointed at the swordsman. Zoro, you have the will to become the best, and Mihawk saw it in you too. My Gra. Trainer always said that he would have a good judge of your character just by looking at you, though my trainer never really liked him, or any of the 7 warlords in any case. Shishishi. Zoro stared slack-jawed at his captain. And you said he had given you his support on becoming an admiral? Yep. Luffy grinned proudly. He told me he didn't like how the government is dealing with everything nowadays and would be glad to see someone put a twist in their ruling, marine or not. He's asking you to go against the world government? Zoro exclaimed before suffering a coughing fit. Luffy pushed him down onto the bed again. No. Nothing of that sort, I'm still a marine after all. He just wants someone who wouldn't blindly follow the rules, that's all. That's why he suggested me to request these things from the fleet admiral. Luffy pulled out the document that his grandpa had given him. Zoro read it carefully. How are you even able to get clearance for this? All these seems so, well, out of your rank. That, well, my trainers might have pulled a few strings. Luffy scratched his head in embarrassment. Zoro shook his head slowly. Even so, I don't think any trainer could have helped you get clearance for half of those things written there. And who is this Vice Admiral Garp? I've heard you mention him a couple of times. Luffy sucked in his cheeks and looked away. Ah. That. Ha ha. Well. I can't tell. I don't know. Luffy started whistling while shoving the document back into his coat with sweat dripping down his face. Zoro shook his head at his captain's inability to lie. It's fine if you don't want to tell me, it doesn't really concern me anyway. I'm just glad I don't have to jump at any orders from any other marine officer while I'm under you. Zoro grinned. Luffy sighed in relief. Anyway, sorry for embarrassing you. It must have sucked to see me get my ass handed to me like that. Zoro frowned. Luffy shook his head quickly. Not at all, I know how strong Mihawk is too, you just have to get stronger and beat him one day. Zoro grinned, no complaints there. Both of them laughed. Zoro rested for the next few days and Luffy stayed by his side most of the time, making sure he doesn't get out of bed despite Zoro's protests. Sanji fit into the crew almost immediately with Nami there and he didn't mind that he was now a marine either, stating that if Nami Swan's a marine, I'll definitely be one too. Nami herself didn't seem to mind his constant fawning though on a few occasions she did beat him up for trying to make advancements on her. Zoro himself had already recovered well enough to move around but Luffy still insisted he stayed in bed and rest instead of training himself to death. Luffy was watching over Zoro again when a knock sounded on the door as Nami entered. Luffy? May I talk to you for a bit? Sure, I'll be right back, Zoro. Luffy gave a thumbs up which Zoro returned with a grin. Luffy closed the door behind him as Nami led him to the back of their ship. Usopp was up at the crow's nest looking out for Nami's hometown while Johnny and Yasaku were sparring with each other on the deck, shouting about defeating Mihawk and reclaiming Zoro's honor. A fragrant smell drifted from the kitchen suggesting Sanji hard at work again. Listen, Luffy. There's someone in my hometown that I owe a great deal of money to and right now, I have enough to pay him back. Eh? You owe someone money? Luffy gasped. Shut up, let me finish. Nami smacked him on the head. That guy's a pirate and he's not known to be the most honest one out there, so I would really appreciate it if you guys don't cause any trouble while you're there. Nami pointedly glanced at Luffy, who raised both his hands in surrender. I'll be a good boy. Good, once I settle this debt with him, I'll finally be free from him, so please, don't screw this up for me. Nami grabbed him by the shoulders. I don't need any more problems coming from him, please. How much do you owe this guy, Nami? Luffy tilted his head. Nami bit her lip, glancing away, hesitating. 100 million berries. 100 mil dash. SSSHH. Nami covered Luffy's mouth with her hands. Please, I waited too long and worked too hard to come this far, I don't want this to screw up. Nami pleaded. Luffy nodded dumbly before Nami removed her hand from his mouth. Will you become our navigator once you're done with him? Luffy smiled. Nami hesitated, stroking her left arm. She was going to say no, but she didn't know if she had a right to stay in her village after what she had put them through. She thought back on how her villagers had shouted at her to never return to the village after she revealed to them that she had joined their tormentors as a crewmate. I'll think about it. Nami said finally, turning to walk away. Nami, Luffy called, stopping her. That guy's a bad pirate, right? Nami glanced at him, raising an eyebrow. I guess so? Then why don't we just go beat him up? Luffy suggested innocently. Nami gasped but shook her head quickly. You can't fight him, Luffy. He's a fishman, he's really, really strong. So? I'm really, really strong too. Luffy grinned, flexing his arm to emphasize his point. Nami shook her head. No, Luffy, he's too strong. A fishman is born 10 times stronger than a normal human. He's stronger than any of us. I know this because I've seen him fight. A number of Marines have already tried to arrest him in the past but he took them all out. I don't want you to be one of them too. She bit her lip sadly. I didn't know you cared for us like that, Luffy grinned. Don't get ahead of yourself, I just like you guys a little better than the others I've traveled with. She poked a finger at Luffy's forehead. Just promise me you won't do anything rash there, I'm afraid he might do something to everyone I care about if you were to interfere. Luffy saw the pleading look in her eyes and nodded quickly, but I must have your word that you would join our crew officially. You're really mean, you know that? Nami smiled despite herself before turning away, not answering him. She leaned against the railing as she stared out at sea, her back towards him. Luffy. If I turn out to be a pirate in the end? Would you still want me to be part of your crew and sail with you? Nami glanced back at Luffy hesitatingly. Eh? You're a pirate? Luffy stared at Nami. I'm saying. What if? All these while I've been traveling with you and calling myself a marine. Only to reveal to you that I've actually been a pirate all along? But you're still a good guy, right? Luffy grinned. Nami couldn't help but smile back. I'm a girl, you know. Then you're still a good girl, right? Luffy corrected himself, grinning wider. Nami giggled before her face became sad again, turning away from him. Perhaps. I don't know that myself. I've heard too many people to call myself a good person. Land ho! Kokoyashi village in sight. Usopp shouted from the crow's nest. There was a scampering of feet as Johnny and Yasaku rushed to the prow of the ship to see for themselves. Just promise me, Luffy? Nami glared ahead at the island. I'll do it if you promise me to be safe, Luffy grinned. That much I can do, Nami grinned back at him, walking away to join the rest. Brother Luffy. Why are we here? Johnny trembled slightly. Yeah. You didn't tell us. Sister Nami's hometown was here. Yasaku stuttered. Why? What's wrong with this place? Usopp raised an eyebrow at them. There's a really dangerous pirate that's living here. If he finds out that you guys are Marines, there's no telling what he would do to you. Johnny exclaimed, waving his arms in the air. His crew is full of fishmen. Each of them are stronger than any human. I've heard that the captain himself single-handedly took down 5 marine ships. All by himself. His crew is full of monsters. Yasaku shook Usopp by the shoulders. What's that bastard doing in Nami's hometown? Sanji demanded, fire in his eyes. He took over the island as his own quite some time ago. Nami's village should be no exception. Johnny gestured towards the town in front of them. Nami had already departed the ship alone with the bags of treasure she had accumulated and disappeared into the village. Sanji had wanted to follow her, but she had smacked him across the deck with her staff, instantly shutting down all his protests. We should go and kick that guy's ass for her. Sanji yelled, his foot was on the railing, preparing to jump ship. Luffy pulled him back onto the deck, sending him sprawling on the floor. Hey! What's the big idea, Captain? Sanji demanded, grabbing Luffy by his collar. Shut up, Luffy pushed his hand away, his straw hat covering his eyes. I promised Nami that we wouldn't interfere while she's on the island, so everyone's going to stay put on this ship unless I say otherwise. Sanji's eyes widened at those words. But he's TCH. Fine. But if Nami gets hurt, I'm blaming you. Sanji huffed, storming back to the kitchen. Luffy stayed on the now silent deck, staring hard at the village with his arms crossed. Luffy, are you sure it's fine like this? Usopp asked hesitatingly, looking at the kitchen door. Luffy glanced back at Usopp before staring back at the village again. Usopp, bring Johnny and Yasaku to check on Zoro, and don't come out until I say so. Usopp nodded and scurried away with the 2 swordsmen, seeing the look in Luffy's eyes. Arlong. You better not hurt my navigator. Luffy gritted his teeth. Flashback. Jinbei walked along the corridors of the Marine headquarters, answering yet another summons from the Marines. Back then, he never liked to come here due to the all-too-serious atmosphere, but after Garp brought Luffy here to train, it was like the whole place had lit up from the boy's limitless energy. The boy just had a talent to worm his way into everyone's hearts. Now was his 3rd time here since Luffy's arrival, and he already found himself looking forward to seeing Luffy again. Speaking of which, that person was currently clinging onto his back, being given a piggyback ride to the meeting room. Luffy had a huge grin plastered on his face, clearly enjoying the ride. Jinbei. Do you think you can bring me to visit Fishman Island? I want to see it. I'd like to, Luffy, but your grandpa will have my head if I drag you away from your training. Jinbei chuckled. He remembered the time he had somehow been convinced by Luffy to take him to visit Sabayati. They had barely reached the ship when a fuming Garp had showed up, screamed at a stunned Jinbei, punched Luffy on the head and dragged him, screaming, back to Marineford. What about after my training? I want to see what the other fishmen are like. Luffy grinned, unfazed. Ha, it's a deal then, when you're a full-fledged Marine, come look for me again, Luffy. Jinbei chuckled heartily. All fishmen must be nice like you. Shishishi. Luffy grinned. Jinbei sighed at that. Unfortunately, not all fishmen are like me, Luffy. Really? Oh. Is it that Hody and Arlong you always told me about? Those two are a few examples, especially Arlong and his crew. Hody hasn't been active lately, but Arlong is a different story. From what I heard, he's been terrorizing a few villages out in East Blue on the Konomi Islands for a while now. Sometimes I wonder if I did the right thing in releasing him. Jinbei shook his head sadly. So he's a bad guy? Luffy asked, tilting his head. Jinbei pondered that question for a while. I wish I could answer that easily, Luffy. If I have to say, it's just that he has a twisted way of viewing things around him. It's not entirely his fault though. Luffy scratched his head. That's so confusing. Jinbei laughed. Just take it this way, Luffy. I wouldn't mind if you didn't like what he was doing and taught him a lesson about it. Shishishi. That, I can understand. Luffy chuckled. No, Jiko. I'm back. Nami pushed open the wooden door leading to her house. Her sister was busy sorting the tangerines she just gathered into wooden crates. Nami. You're back. Nojiko exclaimed, dropping the tangerines in her hands and running up to her little sister, pulling her in a tight hug. I'm back, sis. And I've finally done it. Nami sobbed into Nojiko's arms. Nojiko pulled away to stare at Nami. You did? Nami nodded, wiping tears away from her eyes. But you said you needed around 20 million more? You got all that just from this trip? Nojiko gasped. She did. I was surprised myself. A man wearing full black police attire walked in, his body covered with scars. A police hat rested on his head and a small pinwheel spun freely on top of it. Jen! Nojiko exclaimed, surprised that he would follow Nami here. Nami wiped the last of her tears away before punching Nojiko playfully on the arm. You lied to me about keeping the deal secret. Everyone in the village knows. The moment I told them I already have the money to free everyone was already cheering. I was expecting at least an angry mob of some sort, you know? Oh, that. Well, everyone wouldn't stop bugging me about why you joined the pirates until I told them the truth. Nojiko scratched her head in embarrassment. Isn't it fine? It just makes the celebration afterwards even merrier. Everyone is already preparing a feast. Jen grinned. What would I do without you two? Nami sniffled, hugging the two of them. There, Nojiko patted Nami's back. Why don't you go give that stupid pirate your good news? We'll get the money ready for you. I will. Nami pulled away from them, tears still dripping past her cheeks. We'll finally be free. Oh, right. Nami, what about the marine boat anchored just outside our town? Jen asked. Marines? Nojiko gasped. They're my friends, Nami smiled, shocking the two. They helped me gather the rest of the money this time. If it weren't for them, I might still not have enough. In fact, had you guys not accepted me back after I bought the village from Arlong, I would have left with them to join as a marine. Then we bet. Turgo thanked them, then. Jen smiled, dashing back to the village. So you're going to be a marine? Nojiko watched Nami carefully. I don't know. The captain offered and I can't say I'm not tempted to. They're all really nice people. Nami smiled. Nojiko just shook her head, smiling. Well, one thing at a time then, get yourself to Arlong first, then we'll throw a celebration right after that. Nami nodded before sprinting out of the hut, running faster than she ever had before. Hey! A voice shouted towards Luffy. Luffy looked down to see a small rowboat heading towards them with a heavily scarred man waving at him. There was a small pinwheel on top of the hat he wore which Luffy couldn't help but smile at. I heard you guys helped Nami out. Can I come up? Luffy's grin widened and threw him a rope, pulling him up onto the ship. Thanks, I'm Jen. I guess you can see me as Nami's godfather. I'm the mayor of this village. Jen stuck out his hand and Luffy shook it. Nice to meet you, I'm Captain Monkey D. Luffy of the Straw Hat Marines. Nami sailed with us for a while. Luffy grinned. I heard, she told me you helped her get the money she needed to pay off Arlong for the village? Jen smiled. Pay off the village? Luffy tilted his head questioningly. She only told me that she was in debt with him, nothing about paying off a village. Ah. I see she didn't tell you the whole story. You see, Arlo Dash. Hey, Luffy, who's this? Sanji walked out from the kitchen, gesturing at Jen. Sanji, good timing, go get the rest to come out here. Luffy jerked his chin towards the men's room, ignoring Sanji's question. TCH, do I have to? Sanji groaned, turning back to get the other guys. Luffy turned back to Jen. Before that, Jen, I would like to ask one thing. What has the Marines in charge of this place done about Arlong? Ah. Well, there were a few attempts to arrest him, but all of them ended in failure when their ships couldn't even reach the shore. The fishmen would just swim out to their ships and sink it without giving them a fighting chance. Jen sighed. We do see a specific marine ship from the 16th branch from time to time, but they never seem to engage the pirates. I see. Luffy scratched his chin just as Sanji returned with everyone, even Zoro. Zoro, are you sure you should be moving around? Luffy raised an eyebrow. I'm fine already, quit worrying about me. Zoro waved his hand. Luffy shrugged. Anyway, guys, this is Jen, he's Nami's father. Godfather, Jen corrected. And I thank you Marines for taking care of her while she's out there. You have no idea how much she has to suffer for the sake of everyone in the village for the last 8 years. You said something about Nami buying this village? Luffy asked, crossing his arms. Jen nodded slowly. 8 years ago, Arlong had taken over our island and everyone suffered because of him. He would kill and torture us at the slightest fault he finds with us, sometimes just for having the audacity to exist alongside him. Not to mention the fees that we have to pay him every month ensures we would always be barely able to scrape by. Nami's mother had been killed by him when they first came here, trying to protect Nami and her sister from them. That bastard. How dare he? Sanji cried before Luffy smacked him on the head, asking Jen to continue. Nami had went ahead and sought out Arlong to make a deal with him. If she was able to pay him 100 million berries in a single payment, he would leave the village and her alone. But there was also the condition that she joins his crew to draw maps for him while she's still collecting the money, and if she dared to try to escape, Arlong will slaughter the whole village. And she finally did it today? Usopp asked hopefully. Yes, and she has you guys to thank for it. She said if it weren't for you guys, she might have needed even more time to get that amount of money. For that, we all thank you, and all of you are welcome to join the feast that we are preparing. Jen gestured to the crowd of villagers waving at them at the harbor. I hope you guys have booze, Zoro grinned. I want meat. Luffy punched his hands in the air. Not bad to have someone cook for me for a change, Sanji smirked. Let's go then. Usopp yelled in victory. We're really grateful. Both Yasaku and Johnny cried. Nami stood defiantly at the iron gates of Arlong Park, glaring at it. She clenched her fists. She had no reason to be afraid of this place anymore. Today was the day she would free her village and herself from the fishman's influence. She shoved open the door and walked in proudly, her head held high. Oh! Nami's back. Welcome back, Nami. So who did you betray this time? How much money did you get? Was it worth backstabbing them? As expected of our cold-hearted Nami. All the fishmen cheered as she entered the pirate's base. It seemed as though all of them were in the midst of celebrating something before she entered the park. She said nothing as she headed straight for her target, the one sitting arrogantly on his small throne as though he owned everything around him. She gritted her teeth as he stared at her, but she refused to look away from him. Tomorrow, no, today, he will disappear from her life. Welcome back, Nami, he smiled wickedly, revealing rows of sharp teeth. The Sawshark Fishman laid back on his throne, his Hawaiian shirt unbuttoned to reveal his muscled chest, as if to dare anyone to challenge him in strength. Arlong, she breathed. I'm back. I hope you didn't kill anyone while I was gone? Of course not, Nami. You returned on time after all. I wouldn't dream of angering my precious little cartographer, Arlong sneered. But why the hostility, Nami? Aren't we all crewmates here? Nami ignored his question. You still remember the promise you made to me 8 years ago, right? Arlong snickered. Of course, how can I ever forget, my precious Nami? Bring me 100 million berries and you and your village will be free from me. Nami smirked at his arrogance. He didn't know she already had it. Good, then relinquish your control over Kokoyashi village. I have your 100 million. Arlong's smirk dissolved into a frown almost immediately. You said that you had another 20 million to go the last time. You're telling me you managed to get all that in just a single trip? Yep, I had an overwhelmingly good haul this time. Anyway, come collect it when you can, I'll be waiting for you, Nami grinned, twirling around and walking back out of the park without a single glance back. All the while, she could feel Arlong glaring into her back, but she didn't turn back even then. When she was finally out of sight from the park, she let herself collapse onto the floor, her whole body was shaking. She had done it, after 8 long years of sweat and blood, she had finally done it. Now all she had to do was to prepare all the money and present it to him, then she can finally be free. Everyone in her village could be free. Nami slowly got up from the ground and made a dash back home. The celebration was still in its preparation phase when Nami reached the village. Everyone cheered and cried for her the moment she came into sight. She received everyone's congratulations before pulling away to head back to her home. Nami! You better be here for the party. We can't start without you and Nojiko. Jen shouted after her. I will. You can count on it. Nami waved back. Jen couldn't help but smile after her. It was the first time in 8 years since he saw her smile like that. Hey Jen. I'm all done with the preparations here, Sanji approached, wearing an apron and carrying a wooden ladle in his hand. Thanks, sorry for having you guys help out even though you're guests. Jen scratched the back of his head. Don't sweat it, we don't mind at all. Well, other than that stupid Marimo over there, Sanji gestured to the napping Zoro under the tree. It's alright, he's injured isn't he? We still have quite some time to prepare, knowing how Arlong is like. Jen scowled at the name. He's not going to go back on his word is he? Usopp asked from the roof of a nearby building, helping the villagers tie up decorations on the roofs. Ha! I wouldn't be surprised if he did, but as ironic as this sounds, the only thing you can trust him to be honest about is money. Jen spat. The only thing he can do now is to take the money and leave us alone. He'd better, if he dares to waste Nami's efforts, I'll go kick his ass. Sanji shook his fist in the direction of Arlong Park. Speaking of which, where's your captain? Jen looked around, not seeing Luffy. Sanji jerked his thumb to their ship. He's reporting back to HQ, not sure about what though. Speaking of which, I'm surprised Arlong hasn't sent someone to investigate our ship. Oh, don't worry about that, his patrols are usually further inland, they usually don't come into our village unless they have to. Jen grinned. A small commotion came from the harbor and everyone turned to see a marine ship docking. Marines? Are they here to arrest Arlong? Sanji raised an eyebrow. The 16th branch, Jen narrowed his eyes. Why are they here now? A company of Marines departed from the ship, all armed to the teeth. A man wearing a grayish-blue button-up coat stepped out in front of General had whiskers on his face and the marine cap he wore had mouse ears attached to the top of it. A permanent smirk was plastered on his face. I'm looking for Nami, where is she? What's your business with her? Jen crossed his arms. Shichichi, marine business, you don't need to know. Just bring me to her. The marine demanded. Sanji stepped out in front of Jen, biting down on his cigarette. I'm a Marine too, and I'm demanding to know what your business with her is. The man raised an eyebrow at Sanji, looking at him carefully. I'm Captain Nezumi of the Marine 16th branch. I'm here on reports of criminal activity. You don't seem to have any Marine insignia on you. You do know that it's a crime to impersonate as a Marine, right? I'm not officially one, not yet. Sanji clucked his tongue. Nezumi smirked. Then you're not a Marine. I'll overlook this, just this once. Now bring me to the girl. Follow me then, Jen sighed, leading the way to Nami's house. You think they're here to arrest Arlong? Usopp slipped beside Sanji, watching the departing Marines. I don't know, even if they are, they don't stand a chance against fishmen. Sanji puffed his cigarette. Nami sat on the porch with Nojiko, 100 million berries all bagged up inside the house, waiting for Arlong. I can't actually believe I did it, Nami smiled sheepishly. Nojiko smiled as she pulled her sister into a hug. You better believe it. You worked so hard for us. I know, Nami smiled. It's just that it took so long, I never actually thought I can do it. We're finally free, Nojiko smiled. You don't have to hide your feelings anymore. Footsteps echoed down the path leading to the village. Nami wiped away her tears and stood up to face the visitors, expecting to see Arlong and his crew. Instead, Jen came into view accompanied by a couple of Marines marching behind him. Jen? Who are these Marines? Nojiko stepped in front of Nami. Before Jen could reply, Nezumi stepped out, silencing him with a swipe of his arm. I'm Captain Nezumi of the 16th branch. I'm here on reports of criminal activity. Criminal activity? Nojiko echoed. Nezumi's smirk got wider. Indeed, I heard there was a thief in this village that stole quite a sum of money. I'm here to deal with that. You can't be serious. Jen shouted at the captain. Nezumi frowned at Jen. A mere villager dares to shout at a Marine captain? Do you want me to arrest you for that? Stop it. Nami clenched her fist. If you must know, I'm part of Arlong's crew. Someone like you should know what will happen if you mess with me. Shichichi, you're part of his crew? Never heard anything about that, Nezumi grinned wickedly. I'm only here because I heard reports about your thievery, nothing else. Nezumi adjusted his cap as a shadow fell over his eyes. But since you stole from pirates, I decided I won't be pressing any charges against you, provided you hand over the stolen goods. After all, stolen items should be handed over to the government so that we can return them to their rightful owners. You bastard! Arlong has been terrorizing this island for years and you only care about some petty thievery? What kind of Marines are you? Nojiko yelled at him. Shichichi, don't you shout at me, little girl, or I'll have to arrest you as well. Men! Search the house. Don't you dare! Nami stood in front of her house, staff already in hand. Now, little girl. If you just hand over the 100 million berries you've stolen, no one will need to get hurt. Nezumi smirked. How do you know she has that much? Jen demanded. Oh. Well. Shichichi, I just assumed she had that much, Nezumi grinned. No. No. Was this Arlong's idea? Nami yelled. Shichichi, now. I wouldn't say that, it's our duty as Marines to persecute thieves after all. Nezumi smirked at them. You corrupt bastards. Jen's face was contorted with rage. What kind of Marines are you? Letting a pirate order you around? Nojiko had her fists clenched so hard, her knuckles had turned white. TCH, men. Restrain them, they're interfering with the search. Nezumi waved at them. Immediately, the Marines swarmed them and tied their hands and feet, pushing them onto the ground with rifles pointed at them. You bastards! Don't you dare! Nami yelled after the Marines that kicked down the door to her house. Sir! I found suspicious-looking bags, a Marine shouted over his shoulder. Excellent, bring them all out, we're confiscating them. Nezumi grinned. Don't touch them. Jen yelled, trying to get up. Shut up. A Marine shouted, hitting Jen across the face with the butt of his rifle. Chi-chi-chi-chi. Men. We got what we came for, let's go. Nezumi smirked, turning away from the three kneeling villagers. You won't get away with this. Nami yelled after him, trying to free herself from the ropes to no avail. The Marines only got further and further away. Nami let her tears flow freely as she collapsed onto the ground, biting her lips so hard that she drew blood. Nami! Nojiko cried. I'll never forgive Arlong. Jen gritted his teeth. Oh, what happened here? A mocking voice came from behind them. All three turned to see the smirking figure of Arlong. You bastard! Nami yelled at him, trying her best to wrestle her way out of her restraints. You broke your promise. Shahahaha. Tell me, my little cartographer, when have I broken my promise to you? Arlong laughed wickedly. Don't play dumb with me. You ordered those Marines to. Arlong picked her up by her neck and glared at her. Tell me, Nami. When exactly have I broken my promise? Arlong sneered, showing her the rows of sharp teeth in his mouth. Let go of her, you bastard. Jen struggled on the ground. I came here when you told me you have the money ready like I promised, but if the Marines came first and took the money before I could, then it doesn't mean squat if you had it before. Arlong grinned. Arlong tossed Nami back on the ground. Besides, it's only 100 million berries, you just have to save up again. Nojiko tried to help Nami and Jen just glared hard at Arlong while still on the ground. In the meantime, continue working for me as my cartographer, Nami. Shahahaha. And if you dare to consider running away, I'll destroy your entire village. Arlong turned and walked away, not even taking a glance back. Nami's tears flowed freely past her cheeks as she stayed prone on the ground. Jen glared hard in the direction Arlong had left, brows furrowed in rage. Nojiko had tears running down her cheeks as well, gritting her teeth so hard that her whole body was shaking with barely controlled anger. Jen, Nami, Nojiko. What happened? The three turned to see most of the villagers running up to them. They quickly freed the three from their restraints and stepped back as Jen stood with shaking limbs. Nojiko was trying her best to console the sobbing Nami. Everyone. We've been living in fear of Arlong for the past 8 years. Every single day was torture to us, but Nami herself had sacrificed so much so that she can save us. We swore that as long as Nami fought for us, we would survive for her sake no matter what. Today was the day that we should have been free. Jen stared at all the villagers, hate clear in his eyes. Arlong broke his promise to us. The Marines from before had stolen all the money. With our chance of liberation gone, there is no longer hope for this island. We shall never forgive those fishmen who dared to toy with the kindness of a girl. Much less our Nami. All the villagers yelled in agreement, staring back at Jen with the same hatred in their eyes. Arm yourselves, my friends. Today we go to war. Jen punched his hand in the air, which the villagers returned with a yell. No. Please, everyone stop. Nami cried, standing up beside Nojiko. She tried her best to smile with tears still streaming past her cheeks. I'll just have to raise up the money again. You don't have to fight him. I have friends that can help me this time, it'll be easier than before. Nami. Nojiko cried, her hands covering her mouth. Jen pulled Nami into a hug. It's all right, Nami, you fought alone for us long enough. We all know working for them must have been more painful than anything else. You fought well. Jen. Nami teared. You don't have to stay here anymore, you can leave us now. Jen pushed Nami away gently. No. No. Nami stepped back from them, pulling out a knife. Please. Everyone, I don't want to see any of you hurt. Nami cried, hands shaking. You'll die, you know? Tears streamed freely down Nami's cheeks. We know. Jen stepped up to Nami, grasping the knife blade in his hands. Nami faltered as the Jen pulled the knife away from her with a hard face, not even flinching as the knife cut into his hand. He dropped the already bloodied knife on the ground, blood flowing down his hand. It's all right, Nami. Our hearts are set, one of the villagers yelled. To arms, my friends. Jen led the way back to the village for everyone to pick up their weapons, the villagers following him with determined faces. Nami collapsed on the floor, staring at the knife in front of her. The face of Arlong laughing at her came into her mind. Arlong! She cried, glaring at the tattoo that identified her as one of his crew on her left shoulder. She picked up the knife without hesitation and stabbed down on the tattoo on her shoulder repeatedly, knowing the villagers were only marching to their deaths. A hand reached out and grabbed her wrist, stopping her from stabbing her arm any more than she already had. She glanced up, her face marred with tears at her captain. He stood there, his face impassive, his marine coat fluttering in the wind. Have you come to arrest me too? She cried at him. If it weren't for you blasted Marines, this wouldn't have happened. She started clawing at the ground, throwing handfuls of dirt at him. If it weren't for you. If it weren't for you. If it weren't for you. I could have never gotten that 100 million. She stopped throwing the dirt, resorting to crying into her hand. Luffy! Nami cried. Luffy stared at her back impassively. Help me! She glanced back at him, her face full of tears. He took off his straw hat and placed it on top of her head. Take care of that for me. He stepped away from her, looking up. ND took a deep breath. Arlong! Luffy yelled, his eyes burning with rage. He spun towards the rest of his crew plus Johnny and Yasaku, the word justice on his cloak prominently displayed towards Nami. Let's go, Luffy said simply. About time, the others agreed. Luffy fished out his Den Mushi and connected to headquarters. Headquarters, Captain Monkey D. Luffy speaking, cancel the reinforcements I asked for. I'm beating Arlong down myself. Luffy hung up the call without waiting for a reply, marching forward to Arlong Park with the others in tow. All 6 of them reached the gate, just as the villagers were trying to come up with a way to break down the locked gate. Johnny, Yasaku, Luffy called out to the 2 bounty hunters. Protect the villagers. They nodded. Leave it to us, brother Luffy. Jen, Luffy stepped up to the villagers, cracking his knuckles. Oh, it's you Marines. Jen had a hard time restraining himself from yelling at them. He reminded himself that these weren't the same Marines that took Nami's money. The villagers didn't think the same way though. You damn Marines. It's because of you that Nami's in this state. Get out of our sight. Damn hypocrites. Relax, we're here for Nami as well. Sanji dropped his cigarette and extinguished it with his heel. Nami's our friend too, Usopp thumped his chest. I'm just here to cut up some pirates, Zoro grinned. Luffy stepped towards the towering iron gates, furrowing his brows at the sign overhead that read Arlong Park. Luffy punched at the door, instantly breaking it off its hinges and sending it crashing into the park with minimal effort. Arlong! I've come for you. Chapter 9, Free at Last. Arlong! I've come for you. Every fishman that was present turned to regard the newcomer, not even slightly concerned that he had punched open the iron gates with his bare hands. Luffy glanced around the park, watching every fishman carefully. What's this? The villagers are rebelling. One of the fishmen noticed the weapons the villagers were carrying. Everyone tightened their grip on their weapons, not taking a step back despite all the fishmen glaring at them. They knew what they came here for and they already decided they would see it through, whether they live or die. Luffy took a step into the park, crossing his arms underneath his marine cloak. Which one of you is Arlong? Luffy asked with an impassive face. That would be me, what do you want? Arlong raised his hand from his throne, watching the boy. I'm Captain Monkey D. Luffy, a Marine. Marine? What does a Marine captain like yourself want with me? Are you looking to do business with me? Arlong smirked. In fact, I do. There's a matter of business I wanted to settle with you. Luffy let his arms fall to his side as he started walking towards him, ignoring the stares of every fishman. The villagers held their breaths as Luffy got closer and closer to Arlong. Hey, 2 fishmen stepped in front of Luffy, both of them towering over him. Just because you're a Marine captain doesn't mean you can walk like you own the place. Yeah, there are formalities to go through, you know? One of the fishermen smirked, reaching out to stop him. Luffy didn't stop, his eyes focused only on Arlong. Oi! Did you hear me, you damn marine? The fishman grabbed Luffy's right arm. Luffy narrowed his eyes, pulling his arm out of the fishman's grasp and backhanding him into the wall, smashing him through it. You! The other fishman reached for his sword. Luffy turned and clenched his right fist, punching the fishman in his guts, sending him flying towards the sea out of the park. All the fishmen and villagers were staring at the spectacle with wide eyes, not believing that a human had just sent two fishmen flying as though it was nothing. Luffy straightened, letting his marine cloak settling before walking towards Arlong again. Arlong glared at him. What's that business you wanted, marine? Luffy stood still in front of Arlong, his face deceptively calm. You made Nami cry, Luffy stated simply. Shahahaha. Arlong laughed, smacking his knee at the boy's simple-mindedness. Arlong stood from his throne, easily towering over the marine, cracking his knuckles slowly. So? Arlong asked simply, glaring down at the marine. I'm going to make you pay, Luffy stated simply, loud enough for everyone to hear. The whole park erupted into laughter with Arlong laughing the loudest. You think just because you can beat two of my crew members, you can beat me? Arlong clenched his fist. You're just a human. He punched towards the marine. Takai. Luffy held up his left arm and blocked the attack without flinching. He furrowed his brows and dropped low, his face already contorted with rage. With a yell, he punched towards Arlong's abdomen, sending him flying towards the wall on the other end of the park, smashing Arlong and throwing up a cloud of dust. Arlong, the pirates shouted after their captain. The dust cleared to reveal a very much alive and pissed off Arlong sitting among the debris. You brat! Arlong spat as he stood up from the remains of the wall. Don't you dare make my navigator cry, Luffy glared. You bastard! Kill that marine! The fishmen drew their weapons and charged at Luffy. Don't touch my captain! Zoro rushed to Luffy's side, unsheathing his single remaining sword and cutting down the fishmen with ease. Small fry should just get out of our way. Sanji jumped out, kicking the fishmen into the water with absolute precision. You're all in my sights. Usopp pulled back his slingshot and released a torrent of his specially crafted exploding bullets at the fishmen, sending them flying back. TCH, save some fun for us, will you, Luffy? Sanji grinned, tapping his foot on the ground. These are just small fries, barely even a warm-up. Zoro flicked his sword at the fishmen. To become the greatest warrior of the sea, I have to conquer fishmen too. Usopp gripped his slingshot tightly, eyeing the fishman despite the fact his legs were still shaking. Arlong is mine, you can have the rest. Luffy's glare never left Arlong. The villagers stared at the marines in awe. Who are they? They're fighting the fishmen like it's nothing. They're not like the marines that came before. Johnny and Yasaku grinned at the spectacle, already witnessing their strength firsthand before. This is what true upholders of justice look like, Johnny said proudly. Burn their backs into your minds, people. If they cannot beat Arlong, then East Blue has no more hope. Yasaku grinned. Why are they going so far? Jen clenched his fists. Yasaku turned to Jen. Nami is our friend, and Arlong made her cry. Johnny's grin widened. Isn't that already a good enough reason to go all out? Usopp stepped forward with shaking legs. We are the Marines. All of you are under arrest. Sir. Surrender quietly. The fishmen laughed at Usopp. Hey, is he for real? They really think they can beat us? Look at the long nose. He's shaking in fear. Silly humans. Usopp gritted his teeth, willing his shaking to stop. Luffy rested his hand on Usopp's shoulder reassuringly. That was brave of you, Usopp. Usopp smiled sheepishly as Luffy turned back to the fishmen. This is Captain Monkey D. Luffy of the Straw Hat Marines. Surrender or we will kick your ass. He punched his fist together to emphasize his point. The laughing stopped when the fishmen realized they were serious. NYU, don't get so full of yourselves. An octopus fishman waved his 6 arms at them angrily. All of you won't even last a minute. He closed his hand around his elongated mouth and blew a high-pitched trumpet sound. Come out, Momu. Teach these humans a lesson. A large wave rose from the sea and sped towards the park with terrifying speed. The wave rushed past the open water gates and into the pool, exploding outwards to reveal a sea monster with a cow's head, bellowing at the humans. A monster! Usopp exclaimed, legs shaking again. Ha, a monster brought from the Grand Line. Sanji glanced at the monster with disinterest. It's a cow, Zoro said simply. Crush them, Momu. The fishmen shouted. I'll take him, Luffy cracked his knuckles as the sea cow lunged towards them. Luffy jumped into the air, grabbing the sea cow by one of his cow horns with one hand and lifting him out of the water and into the air. He lifted the sea cow. The villagers had their eyes popping out of their heads. Luffy furrowed his brows, twisting mid-air to hold the airborne sea cow over his shoulder. I didn't come here to fight you weaklings. He tossed the sea cow straight into the throng of fishmen, smashing through their ranks like bowling pins. The sea cow smashed through the walls of the park, through the trees and ended up back into the sea on the other side, carrying any fishmen unfortunate enough to be in his way with him. Luffy landed back on land with fire in his eyes. I came here to beat you. Luffy pointed his finger at the frowning Arlong. Filthy marine, I'll kill you. Arlong gritted his teeth with seething rage. Relax, Arlong, we'll handle these guys. A fishman stepped out from the debris left by Momu. 3 fishmen stood in front of the Straw Hats, the officers and strongest members of Arlong's crew. The first one had blue skin and thick lips, smirking at the Marines as though he was laughing at a secret joke. The second was the octopus fishman. His hair was styled into 5 spikes standing up in the air and his 6 arms had suckers along each of them. The last one had grayish skin, wearing the dark blue gi of a martial artist with a black belt tied across his waist. His most notable feature was the fins that extended from the top of his arms all the way to his elbows. Shu, Hachi, Karubi, Arlong called out to them, sitting back down on his throne. The 3 turned to see Arlong giving them a thumbs down while smirking. Kill them all. You got it, boss, Karubi grinned wickedly, stretching his neck left and right. Just sit tight, Arlong, or else you'll just destroy the whole island, Shu smirked with his thick lips. NYU, I'll end this fast. Hachi drew out 6 swords from behind his back with his 6 arms. Johnny. Yes, Saku. Lend me your swords. Zoro shouted without taking his eyes off Hachi. You got it, brother Zoro. Both of them unsheathed their blades and threw it towards Zoro, both blades stabbing the ground to his left and right. You, Octopus, your opponent is me, Zoro grinned, tying his bandana on his head. NYU. So you're Roronoa Zoro. I'll show you the superiority of my 6-sword style to your 3 swords. Hachi lowered himself into a stance. Shut it, Octopus, Zoro drew out the 2 swords in the ground. Let your swords do the talking. You. Take this. Shurkai Zero, Takahashi Black. Hachi spit out a blast of black ink at Zoro. Zoro nimbly sidestepped the ink. TCH, fight me with your sword, not your spit, you damn octopus. With the 2 swords in his hands stretched by his sides, he charged towards Hachi. Don't underestimate me. I'll show you the power of my 6 swords. Takochi Kaiken. Hachi charged at Zoro, swinging his swords in wild arcs at him. Zoro narrowed his eyes as he deflected 2 swords away with his left hand before ducking under another right slash. Hachi frowned as he spun around and slashed all 3 swords on his left hand at him. Zoro gritted his teeth as he raised both swords in his hands to block the slash coming from his left before jumping up and delivering a spinning kick to Hachi's head. Hachi had saw it coming and stepped back from the kick, not noticing the blade in Zoro's mouth that came from below, slashing him across the chest. Tell me how your 6 swords is superior to mine now? Zoro landed on the ground with a smirk. Hachi growled as he inspected the cut with his hand, frowning, you won't get away with this. Takatsubo no Kami. Hachi held all 6 swords pointed in front of him in a circle, charging at Zoro with the tips of his sword pointed at him. Zoro raised both of his swords to block the charge, but Hachi had wanted him to do just that. Tai Kai. Hachi flung all of his 6 swords apart, opening Zoro's arms wide. You. Zoro gasped before Hachi slammed into him with his whole body, sending him sprawling onto the floor. Brother Zoro! Johnny and Yasaku cried. Not good. He's still not fully healed after that duel with Mihawk. Sanji cursed under his breath. Zoro spat out the blood in his mouth as Hachi hopped left and right, his swords held by his sides. Can't you see? It's logical for 6 swords to win against 3. You don't stand a chance. Logical? There's nothing logical when it comes to a fight, Zoro spat, facing Hachi again. Surpass me, Roronoa. If I want to defeat that guy, I'll have to throw away logical thinking. Zoro ripped off the bandages that were tied around his chest, revealing the cuts he received from Mihawk that had just reopened. Everyone around gasped at the size of the wound, even Hachi seemed unnerved that Zoro could still fight with that. That idiot. Sanji facepalmed. These wounds would disable any normal man. In order to become the strongest, I cannot be normal. Zoro gripped his swords, charging towards Hachi again. NYU, I'll admit you are strong, but you're still not strong enough to defeat me. Hachi settled into his stance again. Taketsubo no Kami. You think I'll fall of the same trick twice? Zoro leaped into the air and slashed his right sword downwards at Hachi. Don't look down on me. Hachi slashed towards Zoro while he was still in the air, deflecting his sword away and sending him spinning upwards. Damn it! Zoro cursed as he was flung into the air. I won't give you a chance to recover. Rokutoryu Oji, Rokudo no Waltz. Hachi spun all his 6 blades in the air, forming a windmill of blades directly underneath Zoro. Fall on this and you'll be mincemeat. Everyone gaped as Zoro rolled on top of the spinning blades, slashing out with his swords and landing on the ground relatively unharmed. You cut my hands! Hachi screamed, dropping his swords. How is this possible? You're only using 3 swords. The weight of my swords is heavier than yours, Zoro said simply. Hachi picked up his swords with his bleeding hands, glaring at Zoro. Impossible. Each of my swords are 300 kilograms. There's no way your swords are heavier than mine. You fool. Zoro turned to face Hachi. You had the potential to catch up to him. You are much stronger than you think. It's not the literal weight of my swords, you stupid octopus, it's the burden I carry with them. Zoro pointed his right sword at Hachi, infuriating him. I'll never lose again. Zoro closed his eyes. Your blades may be heavier, but it will still crumple under the force of my will. NYU. We'll see about that. Taketsubo no Kami. Hachi charged towards Zoro again, swinging his swords wildly. Onigiri. Zoro used his signature 3-sword slash at the 6 swords in Hachi's hands. Hachi smirked as he tried to fling Zoro's swords away again, only to see all of his swords shatter into pieces. What? Hachi stared at Zoro, dumbstruck. Do you get it now, you stupid octopus? Zoro glared. NYU. I still won't lose. Takoyaki punch. You never learn, do you? Zoro leaped back, dodging all of Hachi's punches. Tatsumaki. Zoro slashed the 2 swords in his hands, creating a miniature tornado that slashed at Hachi and flung him away from the park. Hachi, the 2 remaining pirate officers shouted after the octopus, watching helplessly as he flew out of sight. Zoro sheathed his swords, walking back to his group. You dare turn your back on us? Karubi raised his arm to strike at Zoro's back. Sanji wasted no time in sprinting forward and delivering a kick towards the fishman's torso, sending him skidding backwards. He's all yours, Zoro grinned, not even slowing down his stride as he sat down near the others. Sanji tapped his foot impatiently as Karubi regained his balance, glaring at him. I'm a level 40 fishman karate practitioner, you think your puny human strength can stand up against me? A fish shouldn't be talking back to the cook, Sanji grinned. Just shut up and let me fry you. It seems I'm being underestimated, Karubi settled into his karate stance. I am enough to take care of all of you. Enough talking fish, I'll show you how a cook fights. Sanji stuck his hands in his pockets. Karubi raised any eyebrow. A cook? What kind of fighting style would that be? Are you going to throw food at me? I won't waste food on a shitty fish like you, Sanji smirked. I'll wipe that smirk off your face. Karubi lifted up his palm. I'd like to see you try. Hyakumaigawara Seiken. Karubi punched Sanji in his abdomen, sending him flying back, crashing through the wall. Sanji! Usopp and Luffy shouted after him. That stupid cook, letting his guard down. Zoro grimaced, staying at the hole Sanji had left on the wall. Ha ha ha. So it was all talk and no show, some cook he was. Karubi laughed. Indeed, we should just finish up here, Chu nodded. First, let's crush this little rebellion these villagers have stirred up. Exploding star. Usopp shot his explosive bullet which Chu barely had time to shield himself against with his hands. You damn long-nosed freak. Chu spat. Don't hurt the villagers. Usopp shouted at him. You're just a weak human, what can you do? Chu mocked, advancing towards Usopp. I am not weak. I'm a great warrior of the seas. Usopp pulled back his slingshot again. Flame star. Chu's eyes widened as the ball exploded into a pillar of flame heading straight for him. He rolled to the side, barely avoiding the fire as it singed past his hair. You'll pay for that. Chu shouted at Usopp. Exploding star. Usopp shouted again, but Karubi stepped in front of Chu, shielding the explosion with his fins. There's two of us, you know, Karubi smirked, before sprinting towards him. Usopp! Zoro cried, knowing he won't reach in time. Luffy grinned as he felt a familiar presence already leaping towards Karubi. Collier shoot! Sanji kicked towards Karubi's neck, smashing him into the building near Arlong. Don't forget we're not alone either, Sanji smirked, though there was blood running down his forehead. TCH, trying to act cool, Zoro grinned, sitting back down again. Thanks Sanji, Usopp finally got his legs to stop shaking. You insolent humans. Karubi stepped out from the debris. To think that you can survive a punch from me. Heh, your punch was weak, you shitty fish. I endured kicks from someone way stronger than you. Sanji stepped in front of Usopp. TCH, let's do this, Chu, Karubi gritted his teeth. Right with you, Chu grinned. Mizudepo. Chu spat a shot of water from his mouth, targeting Usopp. Lead star. Usopp shot back a lead ball at Chu. The two projectiles collided in between, deflecting each other off course. Hyakumaigawara Seiken. Karubi punched towards Sanji again. Sanji sidestepped the blow, twisting and raising his leg. Collier. Sanji kicked towards Karubi's neck, knocking him backwards. You. Karubi started. Epal. Sanji kicked his upraised leg downwards on Karubi's shoulder, smashing him into the ground. As Karubi's body bounced up from the impact, Sanji got down on one hand and spun his leg towards Karubi's torso. Kotelette. Sanji spun on the same hand in the other direction, kicking his leg upwards just as Karubi stumbled backwards. Cell. Karubi made a blind grab for Sanji, who easily rolled away from his range. Standing up from the roll. Sanji twisted around and kicked towards Karubi's chest. Poitrine. Landing the foot he just used to kick as the pivot, Sanji immediately struck out his other leg towards Karubi's ankle. Jiget. Karubi groaned as he fell on his knee, hands grasping his chest as he coughed up blood. You damn human. I'll make you. And finally. Mutton shot. Sanji aimed a straight kick towards Karubi's face, kicking him through the building again. This time, Karubi stayed down. Karubi. Chu turned in an attempt to help his fellow fisherman. Where do you think you're looking at? Usopp grinned. Chu turned back in time just to see Usopp tossing a bottle at him. He caught the bottle out of reflex before the bottle shattered abruptly in his hands, spewing its contents all over him. Ugh, is this alcohol? Chu spat out. And did you know, alcohol is flammable? Usopp grinned, pulling back his slingshot. Chu looked up just in time to see Usopp releasing his slingshot. Flame Star! Chu screamed as the fire ignited the alcohol he was soaked with, instantly setting him on fire. Ah! Water! I need water! Chu screamed, heading for the sea. Go get some then! Sanji jumped out from behind. Collier shoot! Sanji kicked the back of Chu's neck, sending him crashing into the water in an explosion of spray. So much for being way stronger than us, Sanji smirked. You bastards! Arlong finally stood from his throne, his eyes burning with rage. Arlong, a voice called out from the crowd of villagers. Everyone turned to see a straw hat wearing Nami with a bandaged left shoulder standing in front of the villagers. Nami! Arlong growled, smirking. Have you come to watch these Marines die? No, Arlong, I came to kill you. Nami gripped her staff. Shahahaha. In all the 8 years you've been here, you tried every method you could think of. Arlong laughed. Assassination, poison, surprise attacks. They were all futile. What makes it different this time? I have my friends, Nami smirked at him confidently. Shahahaha. You call these Marines your friends? Weren't the Marines the ones who took your money away in the first place? Arlong laughed again. Nami gritted her teeth. Wait, a Marine took Nami's money? Luffy looked at his crew. Ah, right, you were still in the ship. Usopp remarked. A Marine ship from the 16th branch came by just now and confiscated all of the money from Nami under Arlong's orders. Sanji spat. 16th branch. Luffy gritted his teeth. I'll make sure to kill everyone you know, and make you draw maps for me for the rest of your life. Arlong gloated. And I'll even let you watch as I slowly kill each of the people in your village. You'll Rieger. Shut up. Luffy punched Arlong's abdomen, sending him flying back into the wall again. Guys, protect the villagers. I'm beating this guy up. Luffy cracked his knuckles. All three nodded as Usopp and Sanji hefted a bleeding Zoro out of the park, letting the village doctor bandage him up again. You filthy Marine. Arlong flicked his shirt, brushing off the dust on it. Was that supposed to do something to me? You made Nami cry, I'll make sure you feel her pain. Luffy took off his cloak, tossing it back to Nami. Help me take care of that, Nami. And watch me beat this guy. Luffy flashed her a grin. Beat me? I'll kill you, you stupid human. Arlong lunged towards Luffy, aiming to punch his head. Takai! Luffy withstood the punch without flinching. Arlong didn't hesitate as he bit down on Luffy's shoulder, drawing blood. He bit past my Takai. Luffy grabbed him by the head, pulling Arlong off his shoulder and tossed him back, grimacing as the blood flowed from his shoulder. I forgot he came from the Grand Line, he's stronger than most people here. Shahahaha. You're all talk Marine. I'll crush you soon enough. Arlong charged forward again, his mouth open to bite Luffy. Luffy dodged out of the way as Arlong bit into the pillar behind him, crushing it with his jaws. My Takai's too weak to stand against his bite, should I use Haki? Luffy sidestepped again as Arlong lunged for him, breaking down another pillar. No. I already promised teacher I wouldn't. Flashback. Luffy picked up his straw hat that had been laying on his table, carefully placing it on his head. He turned and unhooked his marine cloak from the clothes hanger just beside his table, deftly draping it over his shoulders. He stepped towards the door, turning back to look at the room he had spent most of his days living in while training at Marineford. A knock sounded on the door just as Luffy was about to leave. Opening the door, the three admirals stood before him. Oh, hi guys. Thanks for everything you taught me this year. Luffy grinned. Akiji and Kizaru couldn't help but smile back, though Akainu just grunted. Luffy, we'll see you off at the harbor. Akiji placed his hand on Luffy's shoulder, gently pushing him along. They walked in silence until they reached the door leading out to the harbor, where Akiji stopped Luffy with a firm grip on his shoulder. The tall admiral knelt on a knee to see Luffy eye to eye. "Listen, Luffy, you're strong, monstrously strong if I must say so. I have no doubts that if you train for another 2 years, you may reach, nay, maybe even surpass your grandfather's level." Luffy's eyes sparkled. "Really? I'll be as strong as Gramps?" "Definitely, you are his grandson after all." Akiji grinned despite himself. "Just get to the point, Kuzan," Kizaru whistled offhandedly. "Luffy, you'll be deployed in East Blue for your first official mission. I want you, as your teacher, to avoid using your haki as much as possible in your fights." "Eh? Why?" Luffy tilted his head. "You're already strong without your haki. I don't know what you did while you were attached to Cypher Pole, but if you were to combine your strength with haki, you might unintentionally kill someone." Akiji's eyes were deathly serious. Akainu snorted from the side, puffing on his cigar. "Let him use it, they're all just pirates after all, the world won't miss a few of them dead. I'd say, Luffy, just use your haki as you like. If you show the higher-ups your power, promotions will roll in for you in no time." Akiji casted a side glance at Akainu, his eyes as cold as ice. Akainu shrugged, turning away. "He's your apprentice." Akiji turned back to Luffy. "Remember, Luffy, don't use your haki unless you have to. I don't want there to be any deaths on your hands, at least not this soon." "You understand me?" "I understand, just don't use my haki unless my friends are in danger, right?" Luffy grinned. All 3 admirals grinned. "Just take it as an extra training coming from me." "Die. You damn Marine." Arlong lunged at Luffy again, mouth wide open. Luffy sidestepped the bite again, sending a fist right into Arlong's jaw, smashing his mouth together and shattering his teeth. He broke Arlong's teeth. Yasaku exclaimed. "Let's see him bite anything now." Johnny punched his fist in victory. Arlong spat out the ruined teeth as new ones grew out almost immediately. "It grew back?" Both Johnny and Yasaku eyes popped out. "Of course, I'm a shark after all. My teeth will just keep growing back no matter how many times it breaks." Arlong smirked. "This is the difference in our species. We are the ones that are superior to you humans in every way. You cannot hope to match us." Arlong pulled out his teeth with one hand, letting a new set grow back before pulling it out with his other hand as well. Arlong lunged towards Luffy with the teeth in his hands, snapping at Luffy. "Sorrow." Luffy reappeared behind Arlong, his right index finger poised to strike. "Sure gone." Luffy stabbed forward with his finger at Arlong's back, only for Arlong to turn around and clamp down the teeth in his right hand on his wrist. Luffy yelled in pain as he twisted his body around in midair, kicking his foot at Arlong. "Rankyaku!" The compressed air sliced at Arlong, not strong enough to cut him completely, sending him flying away for the 3rd time. Luffy pried open the teeth that was still embedded in his wrist and tossed it away. He furrowed his brows, watching as Arlong stood up again, his face contorted with rage. He lifted a hand and wiped at the clean cut across his chest, glaring at his blood. "You will pay for that," Arlong sneered. "You wish, sure gone Rankyaku." Luffy stabbed his finger at Arlong, sending an air bullet piercing straight through his shoulder. Arlong roared and charged at Luffy, eyes burning with murderous rage. Luffy stabbed his finger again, but Arlong saw it coming this time and sidestepped the bullet, flinging himself towards Luffy and punching his left fist at his face. Takai Atsuji. The moment Arlong's fist connected with Luffy, the force of the punch was returned back to him along his arm, sending him flying back and crashing into the ground. "You damn Marine. I am a fishman. I should be way stronger than you. How are you tossing me around?" Arlong pushed himself up again, his left arm bleeding profusely. "You're not that strong, Arlong. There are people out there that are much stronger than you." Luffy narrowed his eyes at Arlong. "And there's no way I'll lose to scum like you who made my friend cry." Arlong raised his right arm, water dripping down his palm. "Don't get so full of yourself, Marine. This fight isn't over." Arlong threw his arm at him, sending droplets of water speeding towards Luffy. "Takai!" Luffy faced the barrage of water head-on, the water blasting against his hardened skin. When the barrage stopped, Luffy pointed his finger at Arlong again. Shurgon Rankyaku. Arlong flung himself into the sea, dodging the air bullet. Did Arlong try to run? Usopp said hopefully. No. Luffy. Be careful. He's stronger inside the water. Nami shouted at her captain. He returned a grin to her and nodded, turning his head back to glare at the water. Shark on darts. Arlong emerged suddenly from the water, his nose aimed straight at Luffy's chest. Luffy gritted his teeth as he flung himself to his right, allowing Arlong to sail past him and into the building behind him. The wall crumbled against Arlong's charge, spewing out a cloud of dust. Arlong emerged from the hole he had created in the building, smirking down at Luffy. Nice dodge, however I would dash. Sorrow. Luffy appeared right in front of Arlong, spinning towards Arlong. He kicked downwards at Arlong's head. Arlong barely had time to lift his arms to block the attack before he was sent crashing down through the floors of the building. As the dust settled, Arlong stepped out from the debris, a wicked sword with saws for blades in his hands. His eyes had turned into thin slits, similar to a sea king that had gone berserk. Karabachi. Nami gasped. If he uses that sword, he's going to destroy everything. I will kill you, Arlong said simply, glaring up at Luffy. He leaped towards Luffy, slashing his sword wildly towards him, not caring that he was destroying his own base as he did so. Jeppo! Luffy kicked the air under his feet, launching himself into the air to escape Arlong's wild swings. Arlong lunged towards Luffy with his outstretched hand, grabbing onto Luffy's ankle and throwing him back into the building before diving back in after him. Luffy coughed as he pushed himself up just as Arlong entered through the hole in the wall, his sword held by his side, advancing slowly towards Luffy. Luffy then noticed the stacks of papers and books scattered around the room. He picked a piece up that was on the floor, revealing a detailed drawing of an island. This room. Luffy gasped. Shahahaha. This is the room where Nami had spent the last 8 years in, drawing maps for me. Arlong snickered. It's easy for fishmen to navigate in the waters, but to translate all that information on a piece of paper is beyond us. That girl has a great talent. With her maps, we fishmen will rule the world. Arlong swung his sword to rest it on Luffy's neck, who barely noticed it, still staring at the contents of the room. That girl's talents will be wasted if she were with you, only I know how to use her to her full potential. After I kill you, I'll lock her in here again, forever. Luffy slowly placed the paper down. I can hear it. Arlong raised an eyebrow, frowning. Hear what? Your imminent death? I can hear Nami's sadness and rage inside this room. She suffered so much here. Luffy gripped the blade of Arlong's sword, his hand was black. Arlong tried to pull his sword back, only to realize it didn't budge. How do you still have so much strength? Arlong demanded, pulling sword with both his hands while Luffy held it still with a single hand. This room cannot be allowed to exist. Luffy crushed the blade with his hand, standing up with rage boiling in his eyes. Sorrow. Luffy leaped up through the roof, smashing a hole straight through to reveal the sky. He glared down at the park, his leg poised in a kicking motion. Rankyaku Arashur. Luffy's leg became a blur as he kicked towards the park repeatedly, sending blades after blades of compressed air down into the park, cutting through the building in a storm of blades. Most of it had cut through the room that he was in earlier, sending furniture and papers scattering out of the building. Everyone watched in confusion as Luffy continued to rain down destruction in that specific room. Only Nami understood as she saw the maps that she had been forced to draw shred into pieces. Luffy. Thank you. Nami cried. Stop it, you insolent human. Arlong shouted as he watched the destruction of the room helplessly. Jeppo. Luffy kicked the air behind him, propelling him straight towards Arlong. Tekai Sai. With his hardened body, Luffy crashed into Arlong, smashing him through the building and into the ground on the bottom-most floor. Luffy stood back up from the bloodied and unconscious form of Arlong, the building crashing down all around him. He grabbed Arlong by his nose, pulling him out of the building just as it collapsed completely behind him. Everyone gaped at the Marine dragging the unconscious form of Arlong towards them, not believing what they were seeing. "Nami!" Luffy shouted towards her. "You're my navigator now, got it?" Nami wiped a tear away from her eye. "Of course, Captain." "He did it! He beat Arlong. Arlong Park has fallen. We're finally free." The villagers cheered. "That bastard did it," Sanji grinned. "Heh, I expected no less from our captain," Zoro smirked. "He did it. We won." Usopp punched the air in victory. "Chi-chi-chi-chi. Alright, that's enough celebrating." A voice called out from behind the villagers. Everyone turned to see a company of Marines with their rifles drawn pointing towards them with Nezumi at the front, leading them. "What a lucky day it is for me, thanks to you guys for showing me such a splendid battle. I'd never have thought that these fishmen could be beaten by a bunch of no-name Marines." Nezumi snickered. Nezumi stepped forward. "Now all thanks to you, all the riches of Arlong Park belong to me. Throw down your arms, villagers. I, Captain Nezumi of the 16th branch, shall take credit for this victory." Luffy stepped out from among the villagers, still dragging Arlong's body behind him. He dumped it unceremoniously to the side as he stopped in front of Nezumi, arms crossed. "So you're the one who took Nami's money?" Luffy glared at him. "What? What of it? You're just some no-name Marine, no one's going to believe you over me, a captain. You better step away if you know what's good for you." Nezumi smirked, lifting his hand to direct the Marines to point their guns at Luffy. "Here, Captain Luffy, your cloak." Nami carefully draped the Marine cloak over Luffy's shoulders, drawing shocked gasps from the Marines. Luffy smiled back at her as thanks. Who are you?" Nezumi stuttered. "Captain Monkey D." Luffy of the Straw Hat Marines. Luffy pulled out the document from under his cloak, unfurling it to show Nezumi its contents. "I have the authority of Vice Admiral Garp behind my back. To point your guns at me is to point your guns at him." The Marines immediately dropped their weapons and stiffened in salute. Nezumi fell on his haunches, mouth wide open in shock. "Captain Nezumi of the 16th branch, with my authority, I charge you with the following crimes: willingly collaborating with pirates to harm innocent civilians, embezzlement, treason, and insubordination. I hereby remove your status as a Marine captain and you will stand trial for your crimes. Every Marine at the 16th branch will also receive a severe re-inspection of their ranks for their collaboration in this criminal activity. You, TCH. Men. Get rid of him." Nezumi shouted. All of the Marines hesitated. "But, sir, he has Vice Admiral Garp's backing." One of the Marines tried to placate Nezumi. "I don't care. He's not here now. If we just get rid of everyone now, no one will know what happened here." Nezumi shouted, grabbing a gun from the floor. "Now don't move, you stupid boy. Shichichi, I can just blame all your deaths on Arlong and still get to claim credit for defeating him." Luffy narrowed his eyes at him, taking a step forward. "I said don't move. Or I'll have everyone here killed. Especially the villagers." Nezumi screamed, cocking the gun at Luffy. "Didn't he tell you what it means to point your gun at him?" A gruff voice huffed from behind. Before anyone could react, a hand reached out to grab onto Nezumi's gun, crushing it in his hands. Nezumi turned to see the towering figure of a Marine Vice Admiral behind him. Vice Admiral Garp. Nezumi stuttered. "Gramps!" Luffy exclaimed, rushing forward arms wide. "Luffy! Wahahaha! Come here, you little rascal!" Garp laughed, giving his grandson a bear hug. "Gramps?" Everyone exclaimed, eyes popping out of their heads. "Shishishi! What are you doing here? I thought you were still at headquarters?" Luffy laughed as Garp tousled his hair. "I went to pick up that Morgan fellow you arrested, although he did escape." Wahahaha! Garp scratched his head in embarrassment. On my way back, I received a call from HQ that you had requested for reinforcements here. Well, although you did cancel that halfway, I still came here anyway. Wahahaha. Garp turned to glare down at Nezumi, now cowering on the ground. So? You dare point your gun at my grandson, eh? I. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't know. Please forgive me. Nezumi prostrated on the ground in front of Garp. Oomph, all of you. The Marines of 16th Branch stiffened as Garp turned to address them. Tie him up and bring him back to your base. I'll be the one in charge of your re-inspection. Garp grinned wickedly at the last word. The Marines scurried to obey, carrying a crying Nezumi back to their ship. Shi. Thanks, Grandpa. You're the best. Luffy grinned at Garp. Wahahaha. Try to catch up, Luffy. Garp bellowed, tousling Luffy's hair again. Oh. Gramps. I want you to meet my crew. Hey guys. Come over here. Luffy waved to his crew. Hey, he's calling us. Sanji nudged Zoro. I know. Shouldn't we go? Zoro grimaced. The marine hero Garp. Is his grandfather? Nami mouthed. I don't feel so good. Usopp looked like he was about to vomit. Nevertheless, the four stood in front of the grandson-grandpa duo at attention and waited as Garp sized them up with a huge grin on his face. This is my first mate. Zoro. He's going to be the best swordsman in the world one day. Luffy jumped in front of Zoro, grinning proudly. This one is Usopp. He's a great warrior of the seas and also my best sharpshooter. Luffy clasped Usopp's shoulder firmly. This one is Sanji. He's the best cook in the world. He's going to find the all blue and cook even better food. Luffy clapped happily. And this one is Nami. She's going to air. Luffy turned to Nami with a raised eyebrow. You do have a dream, right? Luffy smiled sheepishly. Nami stared at her captain incredulously for a while. It's been my dream to map out the world. Luffy grinned. Nami's going to draw the best map of the world. Wahahaha. You have a great crew, Luffy. Garp laughed, tears spilling out from his eyes. Garp turned towards the four of them after settling down. Take care of my grandson for me, ya hear? All of them nodded dumbly. Nami raised her hand, Air. Vice Admiral Garp, sir? Are you really Luffy's grandfather? Garp snorted proudly, his hands on his hips, of course. Can't you see the family resemblance? Nami looked away, whispering to herself, I didn't even know you were married. Garp turned back to his grandson, withdrawing another piece of paper from his cloak. Anyway, there's another reason why I came to find you, Luffy. He unfurled the paper and passed it to Luffy. First thing, you got promoted to Commodore, Luffy. Garp grinned uncontrollably. Your current station has also changed. You're going to be reassigned to the Grand Line. Report to Captain Smoker in Lode Town for the full details since I can't be bothered to remember. Smokey. Luffy clapped. Wahahaha. Anyway, Luffy, Garp bent down and picked up Arlong with a hand. I'll take this guy back with me, then clean up the Marines at 16th Branch. That Nezumi fellow will definitely stand trial for all this. So you can set off for Lode Town when you can. Thanks, Grandpa. Luffy gave Garp another hug. And before I forget, Garp wrapped his arm over Luffy, pulling him aside, whispering, That's a rather cute girl in your crew, ain't she? Does Hancock know about this? Garp was grinning wickedly. Luffy's face turned red as he pushed his grandfather away. It's not like that. She's my friend. Wahahaha. I'll help you tell her then. Garp laughed, strutting away. Gramps. Luffy yelled after the departing Vice Admiral. Luffy sighed before turning back to join his crew. Sorry about that, guys. Gramps has always been like that. Luffy, your grandfather is the marine hero, Garp the Fist? Nami gasped. Air. Yeah. He's the trainer I kept telling you guys about. Luffy smiled sheepishly. Zoro grinned, if you spent 3 years under that monster, I understand how you got so strong. Luffy, why didn't you tell us? Usopp raised his eyebrow. Well, Gramps told me not to tell unless necessary. Sorry. Luffy scratched his head. Well, never mind then. So what now, Commodore Luffy? Sanji grinned. Shi. We party, of course. We worked so hard to prepare it for Nami after all. Luffy shouted loud enough for everyone to hear. That spurred the villagers back into cheering. Spread the good news to the whole island. Arlong Park has fallen. We are free. The party went into full swing right after everyone heard the news. There was food and drinks everywhere and music was blasting in every corner of the island. The villagers danced, sang, ate and drank to their heart's content, each of them having a smile plastered on their faces. For them who had endured the shadow of Arlong Park for so long, they were determined to celebrate its fall as much as possible. Nami, Nojiko and Jen walked along the path back to the village. Garp had dropped off the money Nezumi had confiscated at Nami's house beforehand, much to Nami's surprise. So you're going to follow your mother's footsteps, huh? Nojiko grinned. Yeah. I'm going to draw a map of the world while I'm at it and become a better marine than Mother ever did. Nami thumped her chest. Ha ha ha. You two are without a doubt Belmir's daughters. Jen laughed. Hey Sanji. Where did you get that melon from earlier? Luffy asked, his mouth stuffed full of food. The raw ham melon? I don't know, I just picked it up from somewhere. Sanji puffed on his cigarette. Zoro was chugging down mugs of beer beside him. I'll go find it. Luffy dashed off into the crowd. You wouldn't think that guy just beat down the most dangerous pirate in East Blue just a few hours ago, Zoro sighed contentedly, setting down his beer. Heh, and he just had to drop the "my grandpa is the marine hero" bomb on us right after. Sanji stood, brushing the dirt from his pants. Well, now that I'm done eating, it's time to flirt. Sanji dashed off into the crowd as well. TCH, at least share a drink with me first, you shitty cook, Zoro continued chugging down his beer. Jen stood in front of Belmir's grave, pouring a bottle of wine over it. Belmir, your daughters have grown into fine young women. Nami's going to follow your footsteps and become a marine while chasing her dreams. She couldn't have wished for more. Jen looked up at the stars, gripping on to the empty bottle. If only you were here to see them now, you would be so proud. He glanced back at the grave. We've had enough of tears and frowns. From now on, we're all gonna live our lives to the fullest and laugh and smile until our cheeks hurt. Oh, hey Jen. Luffy shouted, seeing Jen on top of the hill. You know where I can find some raw ham melons? Jen grinned. They should be in the village in front of the doc's house. Okie dokie, thanks. Jen. Luffy turned to walk away. Commodore, wait. Jen turned to face Luffy. This grave here belongs to Nami's mother. She used to be a marine like you but died at the hands of Arlong. Now Nami's going to follow her mother's footsteps under you. Luffy grinned. Don't worry Jen, I protect all my crewmates. They're all precious to me. Thank you, Jen smiled back, turning back to face the grave. The party continued late into the night and into the next morning. So you're leaving, huh? Luffy stared at the two bounty hunters. Yeah, we're going back to bounty hunting, Johnny grinned. We already caused enough trouble for you guys, it's time we went back to what we do best. Yasaku gave a thumbs up. Shi. Take care you guys. Luffy returned the thumbs up. You guys take care too. We'll definitely see each other again. Both Johnny and Yasaku cried. Is Nami not here yet? Sanji groaned, leaning against the mast of the ship. Who knows, maybe she's having second thoughts with you around, Zoro smirked. Shut it, Marimo. Sanji groaned. He remembered trying to make a pass at Nami only for Nojiko to slap him across the town. All of them were on board the ship waiting for Nami. She had said she had some things to take care of before she leaves. Garp had already left with Arlong in chains the night before and headed straight for the 16th branch, no doubt drilling his judgment into each of the Marines there right now. The whole village stood at the harbor as well, waiting to see Nami off. You'd think with how much she loves money, she would have taken the whole 100 million with her. Jen gritted his teeth. Nami's definitely changed, she didn't want a single berry of it. Nojiko smiled, watching the path that lead to their house. It doesn't feel right, we should be the ones repaying her for all that she's done for us, and she wouldn't even listen. And she's leaving us the money too. What does that make us? She said she can just make more money, it's not like her Commodore's dirt poor anyway, Nojiko giggled. Set sail. Nami shouted from the path. Nami Swan. Sanji waved from the ship with heart-shaped eyes. Shishishi. You heard her. Set sail. Luffy punched the air. Are you sure? Usopp hesitated. It's her farewell, let her do it her way, Zoro grinned. Everyone scurried around the ship, preparing it for departure. Nami. Nami. Wait. You don't mean to leave without saying goodbye? At least let us thank you first. You Marines. Wait. We have to thank you as well. The villagers cried out as Nami sprinted towards them, head down. Nami. Jen stepped out in front of the crowd, barring her way. I can't allow you to leave this way. Nami dashed past him without looking, slithering through the crowd and reaching the jetty, making a running leap onto the deck of the ship. Nami! The villagers cried out. She smirked at them before lifting the hem of her shirt. The wallets hidden underneath fell onto the ground. What? My wallet's gone. So is mine. Mine too. She took it. The villagers panicked. Nami waved her hand in farewell, take care everyone. You rotten little thief. The villagers shouted in unison. You better come back and visit you here. Make us proud. Stay safe. She didn't change at all, Nojiko sighed. Nami grinned at all the well wishes, take care everyone. I'll be going now. Nami spun around to see Luffy grinning at her, she smiled and saluted smartly like how her mother had showed her in the past. Commodore Luffy, your navigator is reporting for duty. Shishishi. Let's set a course for Lode Town. We're heading for the Grand Line. Let's go guys. Luffy punched the air. Yes, sir. Chapter 10, Familiar Faces. Luffy sat on the deck, staring at the tangerine trees that Nami had insisted on bringing along. It took quite a while for them to transport all three of the trees with great care and plant them at the back of the ship. Nami, how do tangerines taste like? Luffy tilted his head at her. She looked up from the map she was holding, raising an eyebrow. You've never eaten one before? Luffy shook his head. Nami approached the trees and picked an especially big one and handed it to him. Try it. Luffy bit into the fruit without peeling it. You dummy! Nami snatched the fruit back. You're supposed to peel it first. Shishishi, sorry, Luffy scratched his head in embarrassment, receiving the peeled tangerine back. Luffy bit a mouthful of it, chewing it slowly. It's really good, he exclaimed, taking another bite. Of course. Now don't pick any of them when I'm not around, or you won't get any more from me. Nami grinned, going back to her map. Okie dokie, Luffy grinned before finishing the tangerine in one last bite. Sanji. I want meat. Luffy rushed down to the kitchen. Usopp watched Luffy disappear down the stairs before turning to Nami, frowning. When I tried to take a tangerine, you beat me up. He did assign me as his treasurer, Nami grinned smugly. Now I'm in charge of all the money he has. And there's also the uncollected bounties for Buggy, Koro, Krieg and Arlong. Nami rubbed her hands together in glee, thinking about the amount of money they were about to receive. Usopp's sweat dropped, should have figured it was because of money. A newsku descended on the ship with a loud caw. Nami fished out a few coins and deposited them in his bag. She frowned when the bird made no move to give her a newspaper. Another increase in price? Nami pinched the bird's beak, depositing another coin inside his bag before snatching the newspaper away. You guys are the real thieves here. The newsku gave Nami an apologetic caw before flying away. I thought you didn't care that much about money anymore? Usopp raised an eyebrow. Of course I care. Nami snapped. What makes this worse is that it's our Commodore's money. It'll make me look bad if I don't manage it properly. Daily expenses add up, you know? Usopp shrugged, turning back to the small table he had set up at the back of the ship to craft more of his special bullets. Nami settled down on a lounge chair as she flipped through the newspaper, ignoring the scuffling sounds coming from the kitchen. The door was flung open as an enraged Sanji threw Luffy out by his collar. I told you to wait until I finish cooking. If you're gonna eat everything, we won't have any more food. Luffy stuck his tongue out at him, stingy. A tick appeared on Sanji's forehead. Stay outside, you stupid Commodore. Why won't you listen to me? I can't help it if your food tastes this good. Luffy pouted. Sanji grinned hearing that. At least you know how to appreciate food, but wait until I finish cooking. Sanji turned away and slammed the door, not waiting for a reaction. Hey Luffy! Nami shouted above the deck, waving the newspaper at him. There's an article about you. Really? Where? Let me see. Luffy rushed up to her, looking over her shoulder as she showed him the page. New promising Marine from the East Blue. Took down 4 notorious pirates. New unit called the Straw Hat Marines. Carrying the Hammer of Justice. They didn't mention our names? Luffy noted. You said your grandpa didn't want too many people finding out your relations, right? Nami glanced back at him. Luffy nodded. He probably told them to withhold our names in case someone makes the connection, not that it matters once we do something big again. Nami scratched her chin. With this, people should at least know our unit's existence now. Nami tapped the newspaper. Hey! I see land ahead. Zoro yelled from the crow's nest. That must be Logtown then, everyone prepare to disembark. Nami yelled. Mary slowly pulled into the harbor as the Straw Hats prepared to leave the ship. Luffy had gathered everyone on the deck, a few bags full of berries beside him. Okay, first things first, I'll have to get my report from Smokey at the Marine base in this town and then sign you guys up as official Marines. I already made my request to Gramps before he left about your ranks and stations, so I don't think there would be a problem. In the meantime, I want you guys to use this money to buy anything you might need before we head to the Grand Line. Luffy gestured to the pile of bags beside him. Nami's mouth was already watering. We can requisition any essential living supplies off the base, so we won't need to spend on that. Once you're all done, report back to the base. I'll have all of you outfitted in marine attire. That is all, Luffy grinned. Can we really use all this to buy what we want? Nami asked hopefully. Luffy pretended to think for a while. As long as you need it, I guess? Thank you, Luffy. Nami hugged him before grabbing a few bags of berries and running off. You're going to regret that, Luffy. That witch is going to spend everything. Zoro grimaced. Don't call Nami a witch, Marimo. Sanji yelled at Zoro. Shishishi, just use it to buy what you need, I don't mind, Luffy grinned. Sanji and Usopp each took a bag before leaving the ship while Zoro stared at the last bag left. Luffy, I'm going to need to buy 2 new swords, I don't think this much is gonna be enough. Zoro gestured to the last bag. Oh, well then follow me to see Smokey, I'll get the bounty money from him as well. Luffy tossed the bag at Zoro before leaping off the ship. Let's go, Zoro. I still want to go see the execution stand. What are we, tourists now? Zoro grinned, sprinting after his Commodore. Inside the marine base, a bare-chested captain was piling up a stack of pebbles dutifully. He had light bluish-green hair and a muscular chest, a pair of cigars smoldered in between his teeth. He picked up the 6th pebble and hovered his hand over the pebble tower, concentrating on its position before gently lowering his hand to place the pebble at the top. The sound of a door bursting open exploded through the base. Smokey. Smoker jerked his hand and the tower fell to pieces. He cursed under his breath, tossing the last pebble away and pulling on his marine jacket that had green fur lining the neck, wrists, and hem. Shit! I thought he'd only reach tomorrow. Smoker breathed, quickly extinguishing his 2 cigars in the ashtray and running towards the closet in the far end of the room. The door to the room slammed open. Smokey! There you are! Luffy stepped in gingerly, spotting Smoker halfway into the closet. Smoker cursed under his breath as he backed out of the closet, closing it as he did so. He stepped in front of Luffy, saluting stiffly. Commodore Luffy. Oh? You already knew? Shishishi, I wanted to surprise you. Luffy laughed, returning the salute. How could I not know? I'm pretty sure everyone at headquarters knew about it already. Smoker sighed, scratching his head. Shishishi. Hina says hi too. Luffy grinned. Smoker covered his face with a palm. Please don't mention her. She already called me just yesterday and kept me up all night about your scuffle with Kuro. He, and about our bet. Luffy smirked uncontrollably. Fine. You win. Are you happy now? I won't smoke in front of you anymore. Smoker raised his hands in surrender. Shishishi, thanks Smokey. TCH. Just because I used to tease you with my smoke doesn't mean you have to hate all kinds of tobacco. Smoker sighed. Flashback. Luffy walked beside Hina in the corridors of Marineford. Hina seemed to be tense while Luffy skipped along, whistling a tune as though he was on a tour. They stopped outside a room with a plaque Smoker nailed on the door. He's the other captain that will be coming with us, Hina explained, rapping her knuckles on the door. Luffy noted the streams of smoke that seemed to be flowing out from under the door. She pushed it open without waiting for an answer to find the room filled to the brim with smoke. Luffy coughed uncontrollably as he inhaled the smoke. Smoker, stop it, he can't take the smell, Hina admonished. The kid can suck it up then. Smoker stepped out from within the cloud. He stared at the coughing boy, seemingly unimpressed. Monkey D, Luffy, huh? Don't think I'll bow down to you just because you're Garp's grandson. Smoker grunted. He crossed his arms, raising his chin at the boy. Unless you're my superior, you're going to just have to suck it up, understand? Luffy frowned, nodding while stifling another cough. Humph, if you can't pull your weight around here, I'm going to just drop you in the sea. Smoker slammed the door without waiting for an answer. Sorry, Luffy, he's always like that. Hina frowned at the door. It's alright, I just have to be his superior, right? I'm going to be an admiral, after all. Luffy grinned, unfazed by the exchange. Can I at least have one? Smoker groaned. You promised. Yes. If you got a promotion earlier than I did, I'll stop doing it in front of you. Smoker sighed deeper. Zoro gave a slight cough behind Luffy. Smoker then noticed him for the first time. Who's this? One of your crewmates? Smoker raised an eyebrow. Oh, Smokey, this is my first mate, Zoro. Zoro, this is Captain Smokey. I used to be attached to his unit along with Captain Hina's in the past. Both men stuck out their hand and shook. Captain Smoker. Smoker grunted. So you're Roronoa Zoro, the pirate hunter? Never thought you'll join as a marine. Luffy has his way with words, Zoro grinned. He's a handful, isn't he? Indeed, Captain Hina said the same thing, Zoro sighed. You'll get used to it, Smoker gave a knowing smile before turning back to Luffy. Now, Commodore Luffy, I have your orders ready, if you want it now. Not yet, Zoro needs to buy his swords. I don't suppose you have my bounties ready? Indeed I do, Smoker turned towards the still open door, to Shiji. They waited for a few moments when no response came. Shiji! Smoker yelled louder. Hurried footsteps approached the door and a marine guard entered the room, saluting. Captain Smoker, sir. Master Chief Petty Officer Tashiji has been out of the base since this morning. That confounded girl. Smoker pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. He waved the marine away and walked over to his desk, lifting up a chest from underneath the table. Here's the half bounty from Buggy and full bounties for Koro, Krieg and Arlong. The whole 60.5 million berries. With the reimbursement for rooting out Morgan and Nezumi, the total would come to 65 million. You should have seen how much that Nezumi had embezzled, Smoker grinned, opening the chest to reveal the stacks of notes inside. Unless you're planning to build a fleet, I think you're set enough for Grand Line in the monetary department. Zoro snickered, you'd think so, huh? You have no idea who's in our crew. Smoker frowned, you're not really intending on building a fleet, are you? Nah, there's a girl in our group, Zoro grinned. Smoker could only nod in understanding. Nami isn't like that, Luffy chuckled, counting out 500,000 berries and handing them to Zoro. Go get yourself something decent with this, Zoro. Thanks Luffy. Zoro pocketed the money carefully. You can get one of my guards to show you to the shop, there's one that's quite good around these parts, Smoker grinned. Zoro nodded a thanks before exiting the room. Smoker watched Zoro leave before turning back to Luffy. Alright, I'll go through your orders, it's a bit unusual even for you. Smoker pulled out the chair and sat at his desk, gesturing Luffy to do the same opposite him. He pulled out a stack of papers and a small wooden box from within the desk drawers and placed them on the table carefully. He pulled out a cigar and placed it in his mouth. Just let me bite it, I feel weird without one, Smoker said quickly before Luffy could protest. He pushed the papers towards Luffy, pulling out each one as he went through the details. First thing is that you're being transferred to the Grand Line, of course, you should know that by now. Next thing is that instead of having an area to patrol, headquarters wants you to be assigned to a route. A route? Luffy echoed, tilting his head. You know about the log pose, right? Smoker raised an eyebrow at him. Of course. I stayed in the Grand Line for 3 years after all. Luffy thumped his chest proudly. Smoker opened the box, revealing a log pose within. Pick a route using the log pose and that will be your station. You came here at just the right time too, there's been a whole new bunch of pirates entering the Grand Line just recently. Headquarters wants you to follow along one of the routes and clean out any criminals you come across. You are to stick to that route until you reach headquarters, from there you'll receive new orders. Smoker closed the box and handed it to Luffy, who had it stowed away inside his cloak. Your past orders apply here as well, capture any pirate with bounties and it's yours to claim, arrest any corrupt marines and headquarters will reimburse you for the trouble. Smoker pulled out 4 pieces of paper each with the details and photos of Luffy's crewmates. Headquarters approved of your requests for your crewmates, each of them granted a commander rank for now. I hadn't tried to push for captain since it might cause some resentment among the other marine officers. There are already cases of marines claiming favoritism just because you're Garp's grandson. Luffy nodded in understanding, not surprised by the news. Smoker clipped the stack of papers and handed it to Luffy, standing from the table. I can have your ship's bottom coated with sea stone and a battleship ready to get your ship across the calm belt by tomorrow. Thanks Smokey, you're a big help. Luffy stashed the papers in his cloak. In the meantime, just take it easy for now. I'll have your crew outfitted once they come in. Okie dokie, I want to go take a look at the execution stand. Luffy grinned, already making a dash out the door. You never changed, huh, Luffy? Smoker grinned to himself. Zoro looked up at the sign for the sword shop. Arms shop. Zoro mouthed. So cliché. He turned to look at the marine that guided him here, raising an eyebrow. You sure this is the best shop? Aye, sir. This shop has quite a long history in this town, the marine nodded dumbly. Zoro waved him away and stepped into the shop, glancing around. The shop was empty aside for a female customer and the shopkeeper, who seemed to be bickering about something. Rows of wicked-looking weapons adorned the walls all around the shop with the odd armor sticking out at certain parts. Zoro approached the wall just as the shopkeeper tossed a sword at her, causing her to stumble backwards and crash into one of the displays, sending its contents spewing onto the floor. How did you even fall over there? You better clean that mess up and leave. The owner yelled at her. Zoro cleared his throat to get his attention. The owner turned his glare to him. What do you want, Marine? Zoro tossed the 6 bundles of berry notes on the counter. I have 600,000 berries, sell me 2 swords. The owner's demeanor changed immediately, smiling at Zoro. Why, of course. I'm Ippon Matsu, the owner of this shop. We've been in business for 200 years. I'm sure we can find something for you. I want something that's about this quality. Zoro showed him his last remaining blade. No way. Matsu received the sword from Zoro, unsheathing it with his mouth wide open and his eyes popping out of his skull. Ah! That sword! Could it be? The girl rushed forward and slammed herself into the counter, grasping the sword away from Matsu. I can't believe it. It's Wado Ikemanji. It's among the 21 great grade swords. Matsu stared at her dumbly. Indeed it is. How did a marine like you get your hands on that? It's worth at least 1,000,000 berries. It's a memento from a friend. Zoro crossed his arms, indicating he was not going to say more than that. I see. I'm sorry. The girl passed the sword back to Zoro. That was when Zoro had a good look at her face. He flinched and stumbled backwards, regaining his footing at the last second. Are you all right? The girl looked at him, concerned. Yeah. You looked like my friend. Zoro stuttered. Her resemblance to Kuina was uncanny. It almost seemed to him like she had returned to life before him. Unconcerned, the girl noticed the clothes Zoro was wearing. Oh. You're a marine, right? I'm Master Chief Petty Officer Tashigi. I'm currently stationed in this town. Are you new here? She reached out a hand to shake. Zoro grasped it lightly, raising an eyebrow. No. I'm just stopping here for the meantime while my commander is receiving his report. I see. You're looking for swords, right? I can help you with that. Tashigi gave him a bright smile. Zoro was especially unnerved as she started looking around the shop for a sword befitting him. He went to the furthest corner away from her and began digging through a barrel full of swords. If you don't mind me saying, your 3 swords had reminded me of a certain bounty hunter around these parts, Tashigi said offhandedly, picking up a sword to examine it. Oh, who might that be? Zoro glanced at her. Roronoa Zoro, he's rather infamous around these parts as a fearless killing machine. Zoro sputtered as he stifled his laughter, turning away to dig through the barrel just as Tashigi approached him, digging through the barrel next to him. It's saddening to see swordsmen like him using swords only as a means of earning money. Don't they all know the true value of the blade? The swords are crying, you know? Tashigi frowned. Why do the best blades all end up in the hands of criminals? Heh, I wouldn't mind if there were a bit more criminals around, at least it gave me some business. Matsu snorted from behind the counter. Ever since your monster captain showed up, it's already hard enough for me to get more customers. Captain Smoker isn't a monster. Tashigi protested. He's a devil fruit user. That qualifies him as a monster. Matsu shot back. Zoro grinned just as he grabbed onto a sword that felt different from the rest. He pulled it out of the stack and examined it. It was clearly of a higher quality than every other blade it was stored with. Ah! I remember that one. It's Sandai Kitetsu. What's it doing with all these cheap swords? Tashigi gasped. You sure you meant to put it here, mister? The owner seemed to be sweating buckets. Yee. Yes. Zoro drew the sword slowly, holding it in front of him and scrutinizing the curve of the blade. It's cursed, he said simply. Tashigi and Matsu stared at him in shock. You could tell? Matsu gulped. I can feel it. Zoro lifted the blade up into the light, narrowing his eyes. It's as you said. Matsu confessed. The Kitetsu swords were known for their quality, but they were also cursed. Many swordsmen who had chose to wield one ended up with tragic deaths. That's why you don't see anyone who would use a Kitetsu these days. Tashigi gasped, looking at the sword in fear. I like it, Zoro grinned. I think I'll take it. Didn't you hear me? It's cursed. If you get that sword, you're gonna end up with a horrible fate. Matsu shook his fist at Zoro. Zoro just grinned. Then let's see which one is stronger, this sword's curse, or my will to overcome it? Zoro tossed the sword into the air, stretching out his arm into the path of the descending blade. Stop! You'll lose your arm! Matsu screamed. Toshiji could only watch in horror as the sword spun towards Zoro's arm. Zoro kept his eyes closed as the blade descended upon his arm. The back of the blade spun along the outline of his arm before finally stabbing itself in the ground, leaving Zoro untouched. I'll take it. Zoro grinned. Toshiji and Matsu had collapsed onto the ground in relief, Toshiji letting out the breath she had been unknowingly holding in. Owner! Get me another sword with that money. Zoro grinned, already securing Sandai Katetsu to his waist. Wait. Wait right here. Matsu disappeared into the back of the shop and returning quickly with a black sword clutched in his arms. Matsu handed the sword to Zoro. This is the best sword that my shop currently has, the Yubashiri. Ah. It's among the 50 skillful grade swords. Toshiji gasped. Matsu nodded. It's been a while since I've seen a swordsman like yourself. I'll give you both swords as a gift from me. Heh, you really won't take a single berry for these two swords? Zoro grinned, attaching the third sword to his waist. Consider it as passing along one man's dream to another, Matsu smirked. May I at least hear you name? Zoro glanced back at Toshiji, smirking. Roronoa Zoro, I'm a Marine of the Straw Hat Marines. The pirate hunter? I'm honored. Matsu stuck out his hand and shook Zoro's hand. Ah. You. Toshiji screamed, pointing her finger at Zoro. Yes, I'm the Roronoa Zoro you were talking about, and no, I'm no longer a bounty hunter. Zoro turned back to Toshiji. You. What's your motive? Toshiji demanded, storming in front of Zoro. Motive? Zoro raised an eyebrow at her. I have none. What kind of motive might I have? Liar. There's no way a bounty hunter like you could have willingly joined the Marines. Toshiji grabbed Zoro's collar and pulled him to face her. TCH. I joined already, all right? Your captain himself was supposed to finalize it as well. Zoro smacked her hand away. Speaking of which, I need to report back to the base. You mind guiding me back? Toshiji glared at him. You. Arg. I won't accept this. Toshiji turned on her heels and walked out of the shop, not sparing a glance back. Geez. This is why I don't get women. Zoro sprinted out the shop after her. Wha? So this is what the king of pirates saw before his execution. Luffy stood on top of the execution platform with his arms crossed. Hey you! Marine! Get down from there! A voice shouted from among the crowd. Luffy looked down to see a policeman waving his fist at him. Don't think just because you're a Marine we'll let you do whatever you want. Now get down before I dash. A mace smashed at the policeman's face, sending him tumbling onto the floor. I've finally found you, Luffy. It's been a while. A woman stepped out from the crowd, hefting the mace on her shoulder. She wore a white cowboy hat with a large red plume complemented with a revealing bikini top and tight pink pants that reached just past her knees. Luffy raised an eyebrow. Have I met you before? Oh, how can you forget about me? I remember as though it was yesterday when you had handled me so roughly. She squirmed as she hugged herself. You had me tied up so I couldn't resist, and then you left me there. How cruel of you, Luffy, she sighed, flicking her hair back with her hand. I really don't remember you. Luffy scratched his head. Jaya ha ha ha. Even still, you should remember me, right? You lousy Marine. A cloaked figure stepped beside the woman. You? Luffy gasped. Jaya ha ha ha. Remember me now? Sorry, who are you? Luffy laughed, scratching his head in embarrassment. The cloaked figure cursed as he threw the cloak away, prompting a whole group behind him to do the same. Oh, it's just you, Buggy, Luffy grinned. So you remember me, Buggy sneered. I have escaped and returned to take my revenge on you. You thought those pathetic ropes can hold me? I'll show you what happens when you underestimate me. I still don't know who you are though, Luffy nodded to the woman. Don't ignore me. Buggy screamed. The woman sighed, don't you remember? You left me tied up alone on the beach and took Kobe with you. Eh? I only remember tying up a really fat pirate there? Luffy scratched his head. I am her, you idiot. I'm Alvida. Alvida screamed at him. Ew? Luffy's eyes popped out. Enough! Buggy yelled. We're both here to take our revenge on you. Prepare to die, Marine. Luffy crossed his arms, smirking at Buggy. I've already beat you once, what makes you think I can't do it again? Jaya ha ha ha, do you see this crowd of people? Buggy laughed, snapping his fingers. All of the pirates drew their weapons, herding the crowd towards the center of the town square. Move from that platform and we'll kill everyone here. You. Leave them out of this. I'm the one you want. Luffy clenched his fists. Jaya ha ha ha. That's the reaction I wanted. Too bad for you, Marine, I don't play fair. Kabeji. Kabeji appeared from behind Luffy, slamming down a block of wood on him. Luffy had seen it with his observation haki and sidestepped Kabeji before kicking him off the platform. Ah! Kabeji! Buggy screamed. I said stay still, Marine. No, you told me to stay on the platform, I'm still on it, aren't I? Luffy stuck his tongue out at him. You bastard! I still won't accept this. Toshiji shook her head, leading Zoro towards Smoker's office. Well, it doesn't matter if you accept it or not, I'm a Marine now, so deal with it, Zoro smirked. Toshiji clucked her tongue, knocking on the door before pushing it open. Captain Smoker. Master Chief Petty Officer Toshiji reporting for duty. You're late, Toshiji. Smoker puffed on his 2 cigars, beckoning her in. Toshiji noticed 3 other people standing in the room at attention. You're late, Marimo, Sanji smirked. Shut up, stupid cook, Zoro fell in beside him. Smoker stepped in front of the Straw Hats, crossing his arms. I understand you guys are the crew Commodore Luffy has gathered for his unit. Effective immediately, all of you are to be given the ranks of commander. Zoro grinned uncontrollably at Toshiji. She caught his grin and turned away, pouting. We have already prepared your uniforms, so change into them when you can. Nami raised her hand. Sir, is it a necessity to wear the uniform? Smoker snorted. Nami had came into the base carrying a huge bag of new clothes. He knew Zoro had told him about the extraordinary expenses the girl might have, but he didn't think it would be this serious. On the other hand, Nami hadn't brought any spare clothes with her when they departed, and thus she had to purchase the huge bag of clothes for herself to replace what she had lost. As long as you wear something with the Marine insignia, we're not too picky about it. Smoker grunted. Now, I already gave your Commodore his new orders, so he'll brief you guys when he gets back. If you want to, you guys can change now. Captain Smoker? Usopp raised his hand shakily. What is it? Smoker grunted, nodding towards him. Is it true that Luffy's grandfather is the Marine hero Garp? Smoker's eyes widened at him for a moment, before face-palming. Did Vice Admiral Garp himself tell you about this? Well, sort of? Usopp hesitated. Luffy had been the one to shout towards the Vice Admiral, but it was Garp himself that declared Luffy was his grandson. Smoker gritted his teeth. That damn old man, he threatened everyone at headquarters to keep it shut about it, and yet he himself just can't help but to brag it to everyone. Smoker sighed. I'll have you know that the only person that didn't seem to try to keep that information a secret was Garp himself. It makes the rest of us look like idiots for going with it. So Garp wasn't the one who kept our names from the newspaper? Nami raised an eyebrow. Hell no. Smoker wrung his hands in frustration. Knowing him, he would have already appeared in the papers with a picture of himself and Luffy smiling next to each other. He would have also insisted the headlines to be something like, "My grandson's the best," or something. Smoker pinched his nose in frustration. Smoker gave a long sigh. The only reason he actually told Luffy to keep it a secret was because the fleet admiral threatened him to. Captain Smoker. A marine rushed into the room, giving a quick salute. Pirates have been spotted in the town square. It seems they have taken the whole town square hostage, including Commodore Luffy. What? All of the Straw Hats gasped. TCH. Smoker clucked his tongue. Ready up Unit 1 to block the harbor, take Unit 2 to set up a perimeter around the town square, the rest will be on standby within shooting distance as backup. The four of you, come with me, we'll get your Commodore out of there. Captain Smoker. Nami raised her hand. What is it, girl? Smoker turned back. There'll be a storm brewing soon, will our ship be safe? Smoker raised an eyebrow, you can predict the weather? Nami shook her head, I can read it well enough to know what's coming. I see, don't worry about it, our harbor's pretty sturdy, your ship will be safe from the storm. Now, we need to arrest some pirates. Yes, sir. All four saluted. Smoker pushed open the door and ushered the Straw Hats inside the room. By the window, a few Marines had their rifles ready and one of them was surveying the square with a pair of binoculars. What's the situation? Smoker asked, taking the binoculars from the Marine. The pirates have taken all the civilians in the square hostage, they seem to want the head of Commodore Luffy in exchange for the lives of the civilians. The Marine saluted. TCH, we have to move fast then, is everyone in position? Smoker tossed the binoculars back to the Marine. Yes sir, the Marine fumbled with the binoculars before catching it. Get them ready to move once I give the signal. You four, Smoker pointed to the Straw Hats. I need you guys as my backup, once I have their attention, get Luffy down from there, Smoker grunted. Yes, sir. Luffy was on his knees with his hands tied behind his back, Buggy was standing over him, his foot on his shoulder. Now remember, move and everyone in the square will suffer, Buggy whispered in Luffy's ear. He drew out his sword, pointing it towards the sky. Everyone. Bear witness to this Marine's flashy execution. This is what happens to those that oppose us. All th. Pirates cheered and cursed at Luffy. Now is there any last words you would like to say? Mr. Marine? Buggy smirked. Luffy looked towards the crowd, all of their eyes watching him expectantly. Buggy smirked, resting his sword on his shoulder, well, not that it matters, you're going to die any dash. I am the one who shall stand at the top of the Marines. Everyone was taken aback by his sudden declaration. TCH, is that all you have to say, you damn brat? Buggy's blade descended at Luffy's neck. A scream of pain echoed through the square. Buggy looked up to see Smoker beating down his crew with his jit, shielding the civilians from them. A few blocks away, Marines poured out of the alleys and surrounded the pirates, pushing them back into the square. Out of the corner of his eyes, both Sanji and Zoro were leaping up at him, fully intending on taking him down. Damn it! I'll at least take you with me, Straw Hat. Buggy cut at Luffy's head again, knowing they won't reach him in time. Luffy, his crew cried. Luffy noticed his hair standing just as he felt a prickle at the back of his neck. A flash of lightning struck the platform, setting it on fire and toppling it down towards the square. At the last second, Luffy had kicked himself off the platform and down into the crowd below, breaking free of his restraints at the same time. Straw Hat. Luffy turned to see Alvida grinning in front of him, just as rain started to fall. It's too bad you're on the side of the Marines, or we might have joined as a team, Alvida hefted her mace. Alvida, the team may have failed to catch you, but not with me here. Luffy lunged towards Alvida, aiming for a punch at her abdomen. Alvida smirked and closed her eyes, letting Luffy's fist hit her, only for his fist to slip past her body without an impact. What? Luffy turned back to look at Alvida. I ate the soup fruit, now my skin is flawlessly smooth, there's no way you can leave a mark on Dash. Sorry, teacher. Armament. Luffy punched again, his fist coated black. This time with a successful impact and sending her flying away. Oh crap, I used too much strength. I hope she's alright. Luffy scratched his head, remembering Akiji's words. Gore! You damn straw hat! Buggy pushed himself up from among the remains of the platform, charred but still alive. I'll get you for this. Bara Bara Festival. Just as he split himself, white smoke appeared from all around him. Buggy tried to punch through the smoke only to find out the smoke was restraining him from moving. What? What's this smoke? Buggy looked around in panic. I'd appreciate it if you don't put my friend in any more danger, filthy pirate. Smoker growled, smoke billowing out from his sleeves and spreading out to the town square. You're Smoker the White Hunter. Damn you Marines! Buggy cried as the smoke covered him. Smokey! Thanks for the help. Luffy grinned, giving him a thumbs up. Heh, it's no big deal, Smoker grinned. Men! Let's round up all these pirates! Smoker yelled, slamming an unconscious Buggy on the ground. Captain Smoker! A Marine ran up to Smoker, saluting. Some of the pirates managed to break through the encirclement. They're spreading themselves out to avoid capture. Smoker clucked his tongue. Have units 2 and 3 move in on the square, try to get as many of them as you can, we already have their captain here. Smoker gestured to Buggy. The Marine saluted and dashed off back into the crowd. Luffy! Luffy turned to see his crewmates running towards him. You bastard! Getting yourself caught like that! Sanji smacked him on the head. You should have just beat them all down. Zoro frowned. Do you know how worried we were? Nami shook his shoulders. I knew all along he would be fine. Usopp crossed his arms. Shishishi, sorry guys, I'm fine now. Luffy scratched his head in embarrassment. Heh, it seems you were right about the storm, girly. Smoker looked up at the rain. Of course, I'm the best navigator you can get. Nami thumped her chest proudly. I guess we're grounded until the storm lifts, Smoker frowned. You guys better get back to base while I clear these pirates out. Tashigi ran up to Smoker and saluted, Captain. We've got most of them cornered, some of the pirate lieutenants and Alvida herself managed to escape, however. That matters not, they won't go anywhere in this storm, tell the men to continue searching. Yes, sir. Tashigi turned to leave. Wait, I'll go with the men. I want you to guide them back to base, they're still not outfitted yet. Smoker grunted. Captain. Tashigi glared at Zoro, who returned it with a smirk. Do I have to? Of course. I need to rally the men, so hop to it. Sir. Tashigi sighed, watching Smoker run back into the crowd. So? Chief Petty Officer Tashigi, we're in your care, Zoro grinned. Ugh. Follow me. Tashigi heaved another sigh, leading the Straw Hats out of the town square. Nami noticed Luffy staring off into one of the alleys, not following them. Luffy? Nami tapped his shoulder. He glanced at her before turning back to the alley. You guys go ahead first, I'll catch up. She looked in the direction of the alley but didn't see anything. Shrugging her shoulders, she ran to join the rest. Luffy stepped into the alley slowly, his marine cloak already drenched from the rain. Luffy, a cloaked man, stepped out from the darkness. A tattoo was visible on the left side of his face. Dad! Luffy narrowed his eyes. So you've chosen to follow Gramps' footsteps. Dragon seemed to have a disapproving look in his eyes. I won't be a pawn of the world government, if that's what you're worried about, Luffy crossed his arms. I'm not worried about that, Luffy. You can do whatever you want with your life, you're already an adult. Dragon sighed. I know Gramps wanted to protect you by bringing you into the Marines, knowing what would happen if the world found out you're my son. He hoped that you could be strong enough so that the government would see you as an invaluable asset against me. I won't let them use me against you, Dad. Luffy frowned. Heh, thanks for that, Luffy. Dragon smirked. But things are much more complicated than you think. They'll find ways to make you do what they want even if you don't want to, that's why I've been fighting them. Luffy furrowed his brows. I became a marine to protect innocence, they can't make me do anything outside of it. Dragon grinned at his son's confidence. Listen, Luffy, the marines are good as a whole, but the government itself is corrupted, which is why corrupt marines like Nezumi exists. As long as the government doesn't change, people like him will always be there. How did you know? Luffy gasped. It wouldn't do if I didn't at least take note of what my son's doing now, would I? Dragon grinned at him. I have contacts everywhere, after all. Dragon raised his head to look at the sky, just as a lightning struck nearby. I need to go now, Luffy. Think about what I said, though you don't need to do anything right now. Go out into the world and see how it's like yourself. Dragon raised his arm and a gust of wind blew past him, blowing Luffy away towards the marine base. Oh, and say hi to Gramps for me, Dragon grinned as Luffy disappeared into the sky. When the winds died down, Luffy found himself sitting in front of his crew, all looking at him with shocked expressions. Luffy? How did you get here? Sanji raised his eyebrow. Oh, the wind blew me here. Shi. Luffy chuckled, rubbing his head. Everyone looked at him incredulously. This will be your rooms for tonight, your outfits are already prepared in your rooms. Tashigi gestured to the two doors facing each other in the corridor. The left one is for Nami, you guys will use the right room. Nami Swan, would you like me to warm the bed for you? Sanji spun towards her. No thanks, and don't you dare come here. Nami slammed the door in Sanji's face. Luffy burst into their room and immediately slumped onto the bed. Wah. It's so long since I bunked in a marine base, I almost forgotten how great the beds were. Sanji walked over and picked up the white marine cloak that was left folded on the bed. He looked down at his black suit, tugging at it to compare. Ugh. I guess I'll need to change my suit's color. Usopp grasped the cloak with trembling hands. I'd never have thought I could become a marine. And a commander at that. Zoro went over to his cloak and shed off his marine jacket without hesitation before donning on the cloak over his undershirt. Commander Zoro! Tashigi yelled from the corridor. Zoro turned, narrowing his eyes. What do you want? I formally request a duel with you. Tashigi stared straight at Zoro. Huh, why? Zoro grinned, folding his arms across his chest. If I win this duel, you'll pass Wado Ikemanji to me. Zoro walked up to her, pulling out Wado Ikemanji from his waist with its sheath. He held it in front of him to show her the sword, smirking. I refuse. Why? Tashigi yelled at him. Zoro tilted his head at her. I already told you this was a memento from a friend and I made a promise to her with this sword. To lose this sword to anyone would mean that I'm trampling on that promise to her. He unsheathed the sword, holding it in front of him and pointing it towards the ground. If you want to take this sword from me, you'll have to pry it out of my cold, dead hands. Zoro slammed the sword back in its sheath before turning back to a fuming Sanji. Oi. You stupid Marimo. How dare you talk like that to a lady? TCH, shut it shitty cook, this is none of your business. Zoro turned back to point a finger at Tashigi, and you. Stop bugging me already. The fact that you look like my friend is already a huge problem for me. What? I look like your friend? The one you made the promise with? Tashigi gasped. Yes. So stop bugging me about the sword. Zoro slammed the door, shutting Tashigi out of the room. Stupid Marimo. Sanji muttered, glaring at Zoro. Shut up, shitty cook. Zoro stormed back to his bed. Hey guys. What do you think? Usopp turned around and stuck his chest out, oblivious to the atmosphere. He had already changed out of his overalls into full marine gear. He had replaced his bandana with a white marine cap and switched his overalls for a white marine t-shirt with a blue sash tied around his waist. He had a pair of baggy cargo pants with many pockets lining it that held his multitude of special bullets and his marine cloak draped over his shoulders to finish his look. Huh, you don't actually look bad, Zoro grinned. I'll just look weird with this over my shoulders. Sanji groaned. I'll look for new outfits in the morning. So we're finally heading to the Grand Line tomorrow. Luffy grinned from the bed. That's where our real mission begins. Real mission? Zoro raised an eyebrow. Yep. The people there are much, much stronger than the ones here. We'll all have to get stronger if we want to beat them. Luffy grinned. So what are our orders? That smoker guy said you'll brief us. Sanji placed his cloak carefully on the hanger by his bed. I'll tell you guys in the morning. Nami's not here anyway. Luffy rolled over on the bed. Nami Swan. I'll go bring her some snacks. Sanji pirouetted his way out of the room. That damn pervert cook. Zoro sighed. So we're really headed for the Grand Line. Usopp clenched his fists. To become as great as my dad, I won't back down. Shishishi. Let's all do our best then. We're setting off tomorrow. Luffy beamed at his crewmates. That wraps up this part of What If Luffy Became a Marine. New episodes drop every 4 days, so be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications to stay updated. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share it with fellow fans. Don't forget to check the description for the fanfic title and author. Your support means a lot to them. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.